Hey everybody, welcome back to Film Club. We're a little bit late because we were having a laugh and having a right good old time backstage.
We're a little out of control.
And then Sandy had a glitch in the matrix with her internet just for a slight second. So we're ready to go. But I see it in the chat. I do hope everybody has made sure at least once today had their eggs, because we're gonna get to the eggs. But this is a Cool Hand Luke stream, 1967, I want to say.
Yep. 1967.
So this is a double one of Jay's one.
Yes.
So yeah, yes, I just kind of now I have opinions about this more than I did probably when I first couple of times I've watched it, and I mean that because it's probably like 15 years since I last watched it. So this is going to be kind of interesting because I think as you grow older, you probably got a different take on this movie. But Jay, why did you pick Cool Hand Luke?
So I picked this because this is, I know I reference all the time about how Goodfellas was one of the first movies that got me out of being, a young teenager watching more just, younger age to teenage years stuff into some more adult films. And this was one, again, which was recommended to me by my cousin, who was a massive movie buff. So it was one of the first ones I said. It was the oldest movie I had ever seen at that point. And it got me to start to appreciate, again, just film in general more, from different eras, different ages. And then as well as him, I had a good friend who is still one of my good friends to this day, who used to always tell me to watch this movie. So when I finally watched it, I loved it. I thought Paul Newman was the coolest guy ever. I thought it was just a good story, good prisoner, prison break style of story, which I've always loved. I first fell in love with that kind of genre watching the show Prison Break itself. So I love anything that's like a Prison Break style. And just in general, I think it's a really good movie. It's always stood out to me for quality and nostalgia.
Sandy, let's go over to you before we get into our thing, because you've now watched, read also the brutal novelization. Is it a novelization or was it before? I'm guessing it was before, isn't it? Because it's based on somebody who did, I suppose you want to call it a chain gang or something. I don't think this is a based on or true. It's just the scenarios of what happened. Is that right?
Oops, I think I hit a button. I'm going to share my screen. Hang on a second. Let me share my screen and I'll tell you all about it. So it's a novel. And again, I think when we talked about, I can't remember which one it was now. One of the other films that we talked about, I made a comment about how quickly after, it was Casino, about how quickly after the book was published that the film rights were picked up. And at that time, the writer of the Casino book, he was very well known because he had written the book Wise Guy, which became Goodfellas. In this case, Don Pierce, who wrote, and I'm trying to share my screen. It's not letting me share my screen. I'm going to try again in a bit. Don Pierce, who wrote Cool Hand Luke, published his book in 1965. The rights were picked up incredibly quickly. So he was a complete unknown. Someone somewhere decided, hey, this is a really interesting story, and we're going to pick up this story and produce this film. And I think what really happened was someone was itching to get Paul Newman into a film. And also there is George Kennedy, who plays Dragline. he was being nudged into different roles. He had previously been in a couple of other films that didn't really show, to his mind, his depth as an actor. And so he was looking for different roles to play. And so this was one of those roles. So I think spurred on by, hey, we need to find Paul Newman and George Kennedy a film, they picked up this story. Don Pierce was incarcerated in Florida for safecracking and larceny. He served 2 years on a road gang, and this is not a chain gang. This is a road. There's a very specific difference between a chain gang and a road gang. Chain gang is actually chained together. The convicts would be all chained together. This is a road gang. He served his time, and while he was serving his time, he was allowed to write, and so he was writing down the stories that he heard from the other convicts. He was in a situation very similar to what was portrayed in the novel. And then he also fictionalized some of the stories. So he characterized it as, hey, there's 1/3 of this is is my story. 1/3 of this is complete fiction, and 1/3 of this is a conglomeration of the stories that I've heard from the other convicts. And so that's how he characterized, if you were to, um, he doesn't call it fiction. He doesn't call it nonfiction. It's 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. And so as we discuss the film, I'll share a little bit about what's correct and what's not correct, what the movie did well. On this viewing, obviously, I was comparing it to the book, and I have some criticisms of what was being portrayed, or not portrayed. So here we go. Okay, finally, I can share my screen. I'm so, so sorry. All right, so here's the notes. Released in 1967. I've already walked through this. The name of the prison where Don Pierce was held was Railford State Prison in Florida. And so the depictions of the the environment and the heat and the swampiness, that is all what he experienced in Florida. The depiction of the cabins that they were in and the type of camp they were in, that was all true to what he experienced. Um, the the actors, you'll notice a few well-known names, and then you'll notice a few others who tended to find their ways into supporting roles in the future, like J.D. Cannon and Robert Davis. Uh, but you'll also see some famous names, like in addition to Newman and Kennedy, Wayne Rogers, who went on to play in MASH on the television show MASH, um, and Dennis Hopper, who I'm sure we will encounter in a few other films. This was directed by
He's so young in this. He looks so like he looks like a virgin actor. Let's put it that way. He's like he's not like the Dennis Hopper. You're like, oh, that's Dennis Hopper.
Totally unrecognizable. Yeah. He's a Baba Lugats. I wanted to say Baba Gulats, but it's Baba Lugats. And as we go through, I'll kind of share some criticisms and some praise for some of these depictions.
So, Jay, let's start off, because I love the start of this movie because it's very simplified, it's a bit gritty, but it's very like it brings up, like, I'm guessing, I'm going to say the time of it's trying to portray, but we'll go into that because I think we got differences of how it's portrayed. It probably in the movie and the time and the book are different, but parking meters. Go, Jay.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the movie starts off with we get this view of seems like a small little town, nothing crazy, where you hear some clanging and you see Paul Newman is cutting the heads off of parking meters. I actually really like this scene because I like how the little violation sign comes up on each meter as he cuts it.
I do too.
I just thought I never really picked up on it before, but I just thought it was a nice little thing. Because obviously they wouldn't really pop up because those only pop up when the time runs out. There's nothing related to the pipe that would cause it, but it just kind of adds that little what he's doing here is obviously, it's a violation against the what does he call it later on? Municipal destruction of property or something like that. So I thought it was a nice little touch. And he's just kind of carefree doing it. He's drinking a bit. Obviously, we see We see the beer bottle that he has. I think this is where we first see him pull out his little beer bottle opener that's on his chain and all that. So he's having a grand old time, and then a couple cops pull up and realize what he's doing, and then from there he's off to prison.
But I do like the little battles. They just walk they pull up very casually. I don't think there's blues and twos are on, and they just go like, "Boy, what are you doing?"
What are you up to?
And he just sits down as a swig, gives it literally the smile, what is throughout the movie, the Paul Newman iconic smile, and then he's like, "You've got to come with us, boy." And he's just like, really?
Everything about very, very casual. Like nobody's super concerned, but also like, you got to come with us.
It's like laid back. It's kind of like any other situation. You'd be like you would believe, okay, he's going to get a little bit of a slap on the wrist. He's going to get I suppose a little bit of community service, and then I like the next bit because I think it goes straight into I suppose it's a minimum security outdoor prison. I guess that's the
camp.
Like a work camp type of.
And they got, I can't remember, they have the sign, don't they? When they enter, it's called like a camp something. And then you kind of the captain, they kind of come up to the captain. Was there 4 or 5? I think it's 4 of them. The newbies,
yeah, 4 of them, I think. Newbies. Yeah. And
so
I think oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but sorry, I like the bit where you kind of instantly, I know they take the mickey, and Jay can go through that, but I like the bit where you kind of instantly realize he's got 2 years. You're like, oh, that's a bit extreme.
Yeah, that was my first thought. I'm like, this doesn't add up in terms of sentencing, but yeah. So
he's got a record. What you don't see is that he has a record. So,
okay. Because
so that's because
in that scene you get his military record, which is all sounds great. So you never hear too much about the actual record, but that would make more sense because I myself was like, oof, 2 years, man, that's rough for. He only got through like 3-4 meters. It's not like he did the whole row. So
now I'm going to bring up a glitch in my matrix, as I just said earlier, is because I didn't recognize it because I probably was younger, and Sandy will help now in the book. Is I always felt the scenery, the look, the dress. This is a 1930s, but then they bring in he's actually been blatantly Second World War.
Yeah, it's the 50s down south, so you have to.
Is it actually 50s?
You have to think about the United States, and even today there is a slight difference in the architecture, the overall progress of the American South versus the North and the industrial part of the United States. So this is the 1950s, and remember, 1950s is before the end of segregation.
Yeah,
in that part of the.
That is my next big question: is did they segregate the prisoners? Because there is not a single black prisoner. You don't come across any. Like you have like the kids and all that little like really shame to what we're going to later.
Yes, there was literally segregation going on.
This is they're like actually prison segregation.
Absolutely. And
there you go. Educating the European. There you go.
There you go. But truly, again, it goes to just the sheer size of the United States. You today, even today, you'll have small towns. It's unfortunate that we always go to Appalachia, but the small towns in the mining towns in the Appalachian Mountains probably look not much different than they did in the 60s and 70s, and here we are in 2020. So back then, that is quite accurate for the 1950s for where they are in Florida. But I want to go back to that beginning opening scene with the parking meters. It strikes me, and obviously, watching the movie years ago, it didn't hit me, but films of the late 60s and early 70s, the cinematography, there's this thing about like zooming in on things and zooming out and kind of, quick takes on things like, a parking meter or, and that was very characteristic of some of the films. And I just, as soon as this started, I was like, oh, we're in that time period because of the way it was shot. I think it's so effective. And the fact that violation kept coming up, I can't remember if it's in the film, but it's in the book when he's in court and he goes on about, well, what is a violation? What do you mean a violation? Can a parking meter be, really tell me what am I violating? And he goes on and on and on about that. He gets very philosophical in the book. And here, and this is going to be one of my pet peeves a little bit, because you might be surprised to hear that I kind of like the book better than the film. But in the book, he's more philosophical. In the film, he's more like cocky. And that's a big difference. The other big difference, as we're going to this scene where the convicts are coming in for the first time, throughout the entire book, the bosses, the guards, even the captain, they're actually portrayed as very human, and they have a job to do. And even though the man behind the shiny glasses is definitely portrayed in the book, they're not portrayed as, and I don't think they're portrayed as like sadistic or over the top in the film, but in the book they're just portrayed as real people who are human, who are doing their job, and to some extent who just want these guys to get their lives on track.
But I think that's like when they introduce the scene, even in the movie, when the captain kind of setting down the rules, you know, and he's saying, "Look, you're here. You might be here for 6 months, and what have you done?" Like, and he's got the I suppose the their sheets, I suppose you want to call it, like what they've been actually charged of, and he's going like through them, and then they're like the first one answers back, and he gets a bit of a like, "I didn't do it though," and then they kind of go through, but he's kind of like, they're like kind of laying down the law, but they're doing it in a very calm manner. It's not like, if you step out of line, this is going to happen to you, blah blah blah. You know, that goes later on with the what's it called, the floor walkman, or whatever they call it. He lays down the walking man. That's a walking man. That's it, walking. But like the captain, it's very like, he got that kind of whiny voice going on and like that, and he's like very like, he's got that southern twang about him, but he's just like, this is what it is. If you do what we say and do what we tell you to do, your time's gonna go and you'll be out of here. But if you like, there's things you'll see in the prison, like things like the ones who are chained, and you'll get time on there. So if you try to escape, you get time on there. And later on, that kind of what he said, and then because Paul Lucas, Cool Hand Luke, has got 2 years, you kind of go, it annoys you a little bit. But yeah, from the opening scene, I like the setup. You've got a very quick setup. Now, if I have to go for the, like, what we're going to go on for later, is I feel like there's points missed, and I'm guessing there is. Literally, it would have been, before we get into it, I feel like this movie is an hour short.
I do too, for what's in the book. And this film is 2 hours long, I think, but it goes by very fast because they do shorten a lot, a lot of what's going on, especially in the prison camp and the camaraderie between the men. I do just want to share about the camp. So these work camps were typical across the entire United States, because during this time, particularly in the 1950s, we had President Eisenhower fund our interstate highway system. It was a massive undertaking, probably the greatest undertaking that the entire United States has ever done, was to plan and build this interstate highway system. And you needed men to build the roads, to clear the roads, to build the roads. And that's what these prisoners were doing. Other prisoners were building bridges. There was just so many things that needed to be done to build up the infrastructure in these years of prosperity after World War II. And obviously, there's some question as to whether those sentences, right? If you sentence somebody to 18 months, they really don't get to do much. But if you sentence them to 2 to 5 years, you get free or cheap labor for a long time. And so there's a lot of question going on, in the history of the prison system about how prisoners were actually used as labor during that time. And that's illustrated very well here. Absolutely illustrated well here.
I do like
the New Deal will.
Yeah, and I like how they introduced, I must say, like, he's Worfy, because you got the kind of mindset of like, lot of them did come back. Not, I'm ex-military, so I can say this. You're going to come back a little bit messed up and a little bit lost. So if you do, and it's obviously he's gone out drinking, like the first thing, and he's, you know, he's done what he's done because he's like, F you, you don't care about me. I went off to war, and what it'd probably come back to is like, you treat me like shit, you know, in like, and I hate saying this like things, but it probably happened in, you know, like in the Second World War, the like Korean War, the Vietnam War,
it
you know,
did
all
for
that.
Vietnam veterans.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, you're going to come back to your little home, you think everything's going to be hunky dory, and things have changed. And why can't I get a job? What's going on? You know, and it's going to take your toll. So I like that, but then that kind of instigates that probably a lot of what is not very seen in these things are ex-military guys. They're going to be like, you know, the kind of just a bit delusioned of what they came back to as well. You know, especially in the poorer like counties of England, or like the districts of like the states in America. So I found that kind of interesting.
Jay, do they ever say in the film, because I can't remember, do they ever say in the film why he was cutting heads off the parking meters? Because they do in the book.
So he makes one little comment that actually goes right towards what Stasis was just you know, leaning into, which was, as they're in the back of the, you know, the truck or the paddy wagon that kind of takes them to and from the side of the road that they work on. I think it's Dragline who says something along the lines of like kind of questioning why he calls him War Man or something like that, and he kind of shoots back like, oh, how'd you know about that? And Dragline, you know, lets him know that he's kind of done his little bit of research on him. And then he says, you got arrested for what? Cutting the heads off gumball machines. And at that point, you know, Luke doesn't necessarily correct him, but he just says, yeah, like, I don't know why I did it. And then he makes a quick little comment that's something to the nature of, you know, but I did have a debt. Maybe a little bit of it was because I had a debt to settle or something like that. So to me, I took that as
what he said.
Right. Municipal, obviously destruction of property, a municipal property. It's kind of his shot back at the government. And that's kind of how I took his, you know, the whole action of cutting the heads off the meters.
So in the book, it really delves into his background a little bit more and his time when he returned home. And he returned home, as so many did, to a sweetheart who decided not to marry him. And it was because he wasn't good enough for her. He didn't have any prospects. And so she didn't want to marry him. And so that played into it as well. Like, he was just going off the deep end at that point.
He got a Dear John to the face.
Yeah, basically. Basically.
So, Jay, after we've got the captains kind of, this is the rules, this is we've got now Lucas, as he is now, as we know, gives a kind of sly kind of a remark, but very respectful remark. So then let's take us on to the next scenes.
Yeah, so I believe from here we get them kind of settling into the camp, you know, the prison, the camp, whatever you want to call it, where some of the other prisoners who were just on the road are coming back to the building now, and he's going to start at this point meeting Dragline and some of these other, and starting to get kind of a feel for the lay of the land, so to speak, in terms of the prison hierarchy and how things are kind of functioning at this specific one.
But is it like you get now? Sorry, just the things. But whilst they're coming in, they meet the walking boss, don't they? They're getting changed.
Yeah, he's laying down like, more of it too.
If you do that, you're going in the box.
Yeah, into the box. Everything's into the box.
Don't clear your plate. You're going in the box. Don't have your spoon. You're going in the box. Like, if you don't do this, do your bed sheets. Going in the box. If you do this, going in the box. And then like it gets to the point, doesn't it? Like Paul Newman's character just goes, don't tell me, going in the box. And he's like, he just gives him that, oh, you're going to be a troublemaker. And then you kind of, I like that because it instantly sets up, yeah, he's trying to be very laid back. I'm here, but, you know, I've had rules before, you know, and it's just like, this is nothing. This is easy. This is easy street for me. And I like found that at the beginning bits of the movie. He just thought, I can do my time, you know, whatever you can dish out. I'm here. Yeah, I can take the piss, you know, and I think that instigates is when the guys come in from their shift. It's like they're like, oh, you know, like I suppose you get in most like prison movies. Oh, new blood are here, and they try to easily, quickly, not so brutally than other movies, but they kind of like, we're gonna find out if you're a pushover or you're gonna stand your ground. So I think that's good with some of them, and I think they quickly in this movie at least make that division of you're staying here, like you can be one of like you're gonna be okay, or we're gonna take your food rations, kind of thing like that, if you get what I mean.
So
and sorry, I was
no,
just
go ahead.
It's interesting to hear Sandy point out that in the book he's more philosophical, because it does seem like in some of these scenes and a little bit more of kind of his little one-line bits of dialogue, where it does seem like he's almost trying to think a little bit bigger than most, but it does, and including in these scenes, come off as more like arrogant and cocky. Because at this point he's kind of like laughing in the face of the rules of the prison and the rules kind of that have been established by Dragline and the hierarchy of prisoners, and he's just kind of coming off as he's like above it all.
I like him in the book, and I like the way they set up how the prisoners all quickly came to like him. But in the film it's just different, and I kind of don't like him. One of the chief criticisms that Don Pierce had of the characterization of his book in the movie was that Cool Hand Luke, whose name was Lloyd, actually in the book, and they changed his name to Cool Hand Luke after
Lucas, isn't it? Lucas.
after he won a few he won a few poker games, as was illustrated in the film, but also he just kept a calm nature. And that's why they, that's where the cool and cool hand came up. But in the book, Cool Hand Luke was a big guy, and he was, another part of the reason why they liked him was his ability to dig and and do the work, which is also illustrated in the film later on. But he was a big guy. So the two things that they admired about that was he's a big guy, he can do the work quickly and efficiently. Also, they did have this thing about eating, not just the eating contest that's illustrated in the film, but there were others in the book. And so right away, the other prisoners were, oh, he's a big boy. And they called over one of the other guys, I forget which one. And they said, hey, he's gonna be trouble for you. He's gonna be competition for you, because this other prisoner was known to get seconds, thirds, and fourths, and all to fuel up to make for an easy work day, right? They admired people who could work hard and do the work, because it helped all of them if they finished their work. But the Don Pierce and even I, after reading the book, Paul Newman is just absolutely the wrong person for this role. Not only was a little scrawnier, but he's actually smaller than he even appears in this film. I don't know what they did to make him look a little bigger, but he's a small guy. And so he had a really, really big problem with that.
And it's funny to hear that, because before, I know we'll get to that eventually, but first few watches of this years ago, the egg scene always stood out as kind of just like a signature scene of the movie. But watching it this time, it's kind of like, why exactly does he get into this whole like he can eat so much stuff? And now knowing the background of the book, that it makes more sense than it really does in the movie, because there's nothing that kind of sets that up movie wise.
But I'm saying, like anybody who's in chat who used to be in the military, you get bored. And I'm nominal. There are certain there are a lot of like anybody who watches like war movies, it's mostly 80% boredom. And I know a guy, and he was skinnier than me. And like I don't weigh that much. I like and he was like what 5'10", like probably like a 11 stone, let's say that. And he did a challenge just because we were bored. We bet him that he couldn't eat 15 cheesecakes in a row within an hour. Full cheesecakes. Like the good old American cheesecake, like the proper. He did it. And literally, the chef was just like piling on, just going, if you can do it, you can do it. And literally everybody. But it came like, you're taking the piss out, like taking the piss. this is going to happen. And then the word comes out. And there's everybody just like that. So he got like, the first 5, there's a couple of people there. And then he's getting nearer. And then there's 50 people watching. Come on, you can do it. And then it got to the point where you're like, I don't care that I'm going to lose money over this. I just want,
just want to see it done.
Absolutely amazing. But like, yeah, but that is is completely like different atmosphere, especially in the military to a prison situation. But the boredom, it's that change, that just any change in your daily environment, just even if it's like that was like an hour, like even if it's 10 minutes, like when the boredom hits, it's draining. Being in a prison situation, no, I've never been there, is that kind of like, you've got your routine, especially like in the military, you've got that routine, but they've got that you can't even break that routine. It's like they have the one is where they've all at the beginning when they get the bank, the kind of they get allocated their bunks, and the walkthrough, the man, I suppose, like it's turn off the lights, and it's just like Newman's character realizes he's next to a light. He's literally, and they ain't turning that off. That's one of their lights, and it's really bright. But they've got that routine of he's just going, and then they show it a couple of times, like the walk, like he does the lights. That's the routine. You've got nothing, and they're like, they do the ringing of the. I don't know what it is. It's like a tire ring, isn't it? Like
something. Like that.
And they go like first bell, second bell, end of lights, and like that, and that's their routine. It's like, and it's just having that. I liked it, like we were going into it later, but it's just that, please just give me something different. And I think that goes on, like you have them when they're allowed to do just little different things. It's just like, that's a relief. It's like literally that's a relief. We've won today because we got to do something 5 minutes different than like the day before.
And fair enough, because that does feel like it's how the scene plays out. Not to jump too far ahead, but you do see, I think even the walking man's looking in on him eating the eggs. He's got a crowd of people. The chefs are obviously making it, or the cooks rather are obviously making it. So it honestly plays out really similar to that. So that makes a lot of sense.
But that's it. Like even with the chefs, like they don't like 50 eggs. Like they probably didn't ever make 50 eggs, and like this is a chat. We're doing it.
They're on it.
We're on it. We're doing 50 eggs. Yeah, it's just like
it's funny because it to a degree it does kind of show the just thinking of it, it shows the kind of childhood nature, men, because men are always more immature than women, and we we definitely hold a little bit of that to the point where we can have a bunch of fun watching somebody eat cheesecakes or eggs for that matter, because and everybody gets in on it. So it's interesting to see in that kind of setting, all these guys still kind of hold on to a little bit of that.
So we've jumped ahead, but
sorry, let's rewind a bit. It's because we sidetracked there.
But we got there because very soon after they all arrive at the camp, they hear about this other guy who's also a big guy who eats seconds and thirds, and they go through all the stuff that he eats. So in the book, they explain quite well. When you're working in a work camp or in prison, you actually do earn a wage. You might earn 10 cents a day or 5 cents a day, but you do have to earn a wage. So they did earn money. One thing they failed to do in the film, they cut it out completely, was the fact that working the roads wasn't the only work that they had to do. They also had the opportunity to make belts and wallets and sell them for 10 cents a piece, and they were paid piecemeal. So the scene with the rattlesnake is really important, not because they disturbed some rattlesnakes and they needed to kill them. They were looking for rattlesnakes in the book all the time when they're working on the road, because they could come back and make wallets. And so they would, at the same time they're working the road, they're killing these rattlesnakes and they're bringing back as many as they can. And then as soon as they get back to camp, they work the wallets, in the afternoons and in the evenings, and then they could sell those. And that's how I'm sure some folks watching the film are wondering, where are they getting all this money to bet? They sold those. They were paid a small wage. They could also request that the dog boy, the guy with the dogs, and then the rabbit, the guy who, gave water to everybody, they were convicts with special privileges because they were either close to their end of their sentence or they were on super good behavior. They could then ask for deliveries of things like groceries, and they would put in orders at the local farms and the local markets for deliveries. And so the convicts could, say, "Hey, I want Pepsi this week," or there's a lot of Pepsi in the book. I love Pepsi. And eggs. And so they go into what this other big guy, I think it's Coco. I think that's the one.
Yeah.
That in the book is the other big guy, and they rattle off this list of all the things that he has eaten in one. Yeah, it's Coco. All the things that he's eaten in one sitting. And they go through this really long list of, 2 chickens and 20 eggs and 10 sardines and blah, blah, and they just go through. And that's what in the book sets up some of the eating competitions, not just with the eggs.
Yeah, that's interesting because it did feel on this watch, it did feel like it was kind of out of nowhere. So it's interesting to know that it does come from a little bit more of a foundation in the book.
But I say, going back to the start, the kind of, we're not even halfway through. Like, I do like the setup of like because they have kind of the walking man does his thing, and then they've got the next day is their first day at work. Let's say that.
Yeah. Or at least Newman's first day out on the road.
Yeah, for Newman's and the other 4, like the other 3 are there, and they play a horrible prank. They I think is it Loudmouth? They nickname him. I think
that's what they call him. Salesman guy.
And it's just like he's the one who is in. Is he the one who's in for manslaughter? And he never did it. And he's like, and he's green. Let's say he's green. They know they've got a little bit of thing there, so they kind of go, if they're like, we can change sheets like that, and you get the easy work. You get the I need it. Yeah, the brewing, and then they all get off the. I suppose you are like the truck, go ready, and they get there kind of, let's say what it's called. You have to, and somebody have to tell me if they know what.
I forget the name of the tool.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, so I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, it's like a thing. Hold it, your dog knows.
Yeah, he's trying to tell us.
Yeah. I'm telling him, what you say, boy? What is it, boy? There's somebody down the well. You got a rescue. But yeah, so they kind of get these. All of them get them. Then he's like, "Oh no, I swapped jobs today." Blah blah blah, and then the one of the bosses kind of backhands him and get to things, and you don't realize the outcome of that. He's them playing the kind of a joke, but kind of thing, because they get back and then they kind of pull him out of line straight away after their day's work of somebody wasn't happy with their job routine, and they put him in a box. And he's just and he's new, and he goes straight, and they make him
his first day pretty much.
Yeah, and they strip down, put this white robe on, and they give him a bucket to poop in, and I'm guessing the other bucket is for
a can of water.
Can of water, yeah.
Yeah, it's a can of water and a commode.
And that is it. And he's there for I'm guessing a night. He's not done that much, but he's still being shown, and the rest of them are like, oh, we wanted to play a joke, but we didn't want that to happen. And I like that they don't mind it between them, but as soon as the bosses do something, they are like, they're like, we feel sorry for the guy. I think that's because I think otherwise they probably would have picked on him more. And there's a slight, they have slight jibs at him throughout the movie, but I think they laid off him because they felt, oh, that shouldn't have gone that far. We thought so. And I think even Luke's character, called Luke, says something really very subtle of kind of this is fault, and then Dragline says it as well, kind of it's kind of we meant not to be that far. We didn't mean this to happen.
Well, you can tell that the other guys are all kind of feeling that little bit of like, shoot, it was only supposed to be a prank. We didn't want them to get involved and have it, be this kind of trouble for them. So you can tell the guilt setting in on them, but then Dragline kind of comes in and he's like, he sassed the boss. That's why he got that. It wasn't because of the asking for the broom, it was because he gave him a little bit of back talk. And realistically, it's not, it was because of the prank. They set him up for it. But Dragline's trying to clear himself of any guilt of it. And that's when, Paul Newman's character, Luke, comes in and hits him with the line of like, again, another one of his kind of sly little smart ass remarks. But at least in this one, it was appropriate where he says something like, the bosses, those poor bosses really need our help. Meaning like, again, trying to just put the blame back on Dragline, not to let him weasel himself out of it or try to convince anybody else that it wasn't, the fellow prisoner's fault.
Yeah. But I the beginning of this, I like it like that. After this, you see straight away is Dragline is, I suppose, the leader of the room. I suppose like that. Because it's not a very big camp. I just showed the one, I suppose, corridor with the room, and he's eyeing up Newman, like Luke, and they're he's just playing like he's playing it cool. I'm not going to say anything. I'll give the subtle remark and all that, but it goes back, and what we'll get later is like Dragline doesn't like George Kennedy's character is a bit. Oh, I can't work you out yet, and you see that frustration so many times, and he gives the jibs to him. It's like that. Well, I might have to step in and put you in line straight away, but like you realize they've even got from the start. They've even got set rules from that. If you have a disagreement with somebody, you only can fight them on a Saturday.
I love that. Saturdays were their free days.
Right.
That was their free time. And they were, they could have visitors. They could do, have music. They could have dancing. They could box. They had personal belongings as long as it wasn't, some sort of thing that could be turned into a weapon. And just another point, these camps, if you were a hardened, felon, you were not going to go to a work camp. You were going to go to a prison and never get out. These were for the lesser offenses, that required.
Well, they say like in the beginning, don't they? They actually say we got somebody who's doing 20 years.
Yeah, but it's because he kept trying to escape. He kept getting the years tacked on.
One thing I wanted to point out about the scene we just discussed with the guy who ends up in the box his first night is I liked how they, instead of when he's having that interaction with the god or the boss, whatever, on the actual road where he's asking for the broom and the boss kind of, hits him in the, puts the barrel of the gun in his stomach, threatening him and all that. I like how they didn't at that point say, anything along the lines of, when we get back, you're in the box, anything like that. You kind of forget about that entire interaction as the rest of that scene plays out until they get back and they hit him with the punishment. It almost kind of surprises you as the viewer the same way it's kind of surprising him, because he probably, you got to imagine in that amount of time, he thinks, well, that's the end of that. They got me. The joke was on me. And nothing's going to come of it until, something does come of it and it catches you and him off guard. And I just thought it was a clever way to do it versus, on the spot being like, it's the box or the hole for you when we get back, blah, blah, blah. I just thought it was really clever and a nice way to kind of do that. It just makes it sink in and feel a little bit more real. Like, oh shit, you got to go to the box after that long day.
Well, I think the job of the bosses is not, to keep the prisoners in line. The job of the bosses is to make sure the work gets done. And I think maybe they even think if we let him know what's coming, maybe he won't be as productive. Maybe his mind won't be on the work, because that's their job. Their job's to make sure the work gets done.
But I think it's also for the audience, because as we said earlier, 2 years is a bit drastic, and like for what he did, and then you go for what that happened then to go straight into the box. It's a bit drastic. He got a beating. He got a beat. That's it. He should have been told that'll work. That should have been the end of it. So it's showing they have another level of discipline. It's there to the viewers. They're like, oh, you might feel it like out of order, but this is what happened. So,
yep. No, I really like how that scene plays out. It just kind of immediately gets you in, like, emotionally invested, kind of into the characters and the happenings.
So we're, when we're out on the road, watching them use their yo-yos, as they call them, the
That's
weed
right. That is,
whackers.
yep.
So in the book, again, the book is much more. It's just very realistic. It's a drama. It's not silly. There are the moments of laughter and interest, but they really go into in the book what you might imagine when you're watching this, that, oh my God, these things are really dangerous, because in the book they go into the fact that, the men had to, as they exited the truck, they had to put their steel-toed covers over their boots. And most of them would come back with, nicks on their legs and knees, or maybe they've lost a toe that day. So it's pretty brutal using these things to clear, to clear what's going to become the ditch on the side of the road. What they're probably doing is clearing away a lot of the brush to expand what is a dirt road to become a paved road. So they're not just doing that, they're also digging holes, they're breaking rocks. In the film, they just really show this weed whacking, but there's a lot of other things that they do in the book, and they describe it in, very incredibly realistically. You notice that every time a prisoner does something that is not, whacking weeds, for example, taking off a jacket, taking off a shirt, they have to yell, "Taking this off here, boss. Getting some water here, boss.
Brushing it off, boss. Brushing it off."
Any kind
Any bit of sweat.
movement, that is not in the routine of what they're supposed to be doing. They have to get the attention of the boss and the approval of the boss. And the bosses never say no. They're supposed to draw the boss's attention to the fact that they're doing something different. The man with the reflective glasses, they talk. Yeah, there he is. They talk about,
When I say man with no eyes.
Yeah. And there is a lot of dwelling on that, and probably some imagination going on as to, what's behind those glasses, and is he a robot of some sort? And
but I like it because you don't know. I think what they don't like is if he did have these reflective glasses. I don't know if they were even out yet and been invented in the 50s. But
yeah, they were.
They don't like. You don't know where he's looking.
Yep.
And I think that's what they're
He's
trying. That's what they don't know. Like that's what the prisoners don't like is. Could he be looking this way? And I like that. So I like that kind of like that. That moment of like they don't know if he's literally looking, and they kind of instigate straight away is like, he's a good shot.
Oh,
well, I think the fact that he's always wearing them too is meant to kind of make him seem a little bit different. Like I don't want to say not human, but because there's a symbolism at the end with the glasses, which we'll get to and all that. So it's meant to almost seem like he's a little bit more than human to a degree. Like he's just different than the rest of the gods. He's just, I think one of you might have just said robotic, I think was one of the terms I heard, would use. It's just kind of like he's almost just got a Terminator type of feel to him, more so than the rest of the, the rest of the gods.
What a great baddie. To have in a movie when he's not a baddie, he's supposed to be the right person, and to actually go, I don't like him. And why don't you like him? Because he doesn't say anything.
He doesn't say. Does anyone notice he's the only one with a black hat?
I didn't actually. I didn't notice.
Oh no, I didn't notice that.
Because in the book, he's referred to as the man with the black hat. So they make it really obvious in the book that the different colors of hats. The different colors of hats actually denote the rank among the bosses and him. And they do show in the book, they describe a few other instances of the fact that he's such a good shot, and the prisoners are actually entertained by him. He does, he'll see, as you saw in the film, a bird way in the distance. He doesn't even aim, he just points and fires. And he actually enjoys entertaining the prisoners by doing those kinds of trick shots. And I mean, you notice Paul Newman didn't even flinch when he shot the head off the rattlesnake, because they knew the guy's good. The guy's a good shot. But that's also intimidation for them. They're not going to run because he's a good shot.
Well, there's that great scene too. I think this is where we see him, where he shoots the bird, and one of the prisoners says to Paul Newman, like, "Oh, he never says anything." And is it Paul Newman or is it Dragland? One of the two kind of shoots back real quick and says, "Nah, I think he just did." Because in a way, right, the shooting the bird with that kind of accuracy out of midair, he's making a statement without saying anything, enforcing his kind of abilities and his threat to these prisoners. And it's just a nice little clever line there I liked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great. I like this is the bits that you gotta like about is how they set up the division. And I suppose before we get to the breaking point is like the kind of, there's like a mismatch of respect. They have kind of like, look, we might try the odd occasion to do shit as a prisoner. That's what we're gonna do. But there's also the guards, they're doing their odd things, and they got like they know, look, you're newbies. We've been doing this so long. We've had you kind of guys before. You're going to be here 2 years, and then we're going to the next guy on. It is exactly the same. Like you think you're being clever. You're playing the card or whatever. But we've seen it all before. Now, I like that. That's that kind of thing. And then of course, on top of that, you see like in between that, you got I suppose you call it the rats or the slimies or whatever you want to call it. I don't really call it in America. Who are like the water boys and like that, who are giving out. They're like everybody got that disdain. Yeah, got a bit of disdain for them. It's like, you get a little bit of privilege. You've done something, but you shouldn't be doing something like that. And that's even to the point is before the bird thing. Go get the gun. Or the rifle, I think it is. Like, go get the rifle, don't they? Or I don't think he does that. The first one, he just sticks up his hand, doesn't he? Like, just shows. I know that, and then he goes off, he gets it, and then he just puts the bolt back into it. So he go for it. So I like that they're showing straight away. There's a freeway division. It's like, well, if you're doing well, you kind of get to kind of have a little break. Then you're the hard workers who literally, anytime you kind of want to have 10 seconds, you've got wiping it off, boss. And then you got the ones who are like, we're here to kind of like a babysitting for you, but you got to still do the job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial guy who's the kind of go back and forth guy for the water bucket, Rabbit, I think, like Cindy just said his name was. Did he also have chains on, or was he no chains? Because I was wondering if that's part of the, the punishment, obviously, for running away is you get the chains. But I also felt like with that character, or that role, rather, not so much character, because Rabbit's in it at first, and obviously we'll see Paul Newman's character into that spot for a minute. But I was starting to think that it had something more to do with, because at first I thought like, oh, that's got to be the rat or the tattletale. Somebody in the prison who's kind of alerting guards, got himself a better job. But then after watching Paul Newman in that spot a little later on, I started to think that it's just more a matter of the prisoners that escape and then deal with the consequences, or at least to some degree, some of them get broken, mentally broken to the point where, because I think something they're showing in that scene too is we have so much control over this guy that we can send him to get the gun and not worry. Granted, he does have the bolt, so maybe that's part of it too. But I first took
keep
it
the
as
bolt and the ammunition in his pocket.
So that's one way he doesn't concern himself with the, the hazard of letting a prisoner grab a gun. But it also felt a little bit kind of like a show of force of like, we've broken this guy so bad that we know he's not going to do anything no matter what we tell him to do. But now that I'm also kind of rethinking it again with the bolt and having the ammo, that could also be one of the reasons why, they give him the permission to touch the weapons and things like that.
Oh, Abe, I'm not sure. Now I'm questioning myself.
No, they didn't.
They didn't
on the road. No,
they didn't all. Only the escapee or the ones who tried to attempt escape did. I just couldn't remember if that Rabbit did or not.
Like there was one instant later things, but literally they are in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, literally, like if you're gonna run, you're gonna get shot. If you're gonna run, you're gonna get shot. Literally, they got clear line of sight. I don't know if like whereabouts in Florida it is, but it's very flat. Let's say that. So it's gonna be, go. We're gonna. It would be to the point where they could let them run, take a bet to see who would bring them down. That's how it probably was, and that's kind of like that's why they didn't care. You know, we don't need to kind of chain you up. You're kind of, yeah, where are you going to go? Where are you going to go?
Well, and you even see that with the first chase, not to jump ahead too much, but in that first kind of them hunting him down on his first escape, there's no rush or emergency. Like the gods aren't worried. We're going to wait till the morning comes. We get the light. Like, you're not getting very far type of feel. So there is that bit of they're confident in the fact that they're going to find you.
Here we go. So you missed it, Abe, and I will let Sandy educate you again. Why would it be called a chain gang then? Go on, Sandy. Tell us the difference between a road gang and a chain gang again.
Yeah, I think in the film they did say chain gang. I think just because it sounds cooler, and you know, there's a song, you know, back on the chain. There's a
more recognizable term too. Yeah. I think a lot more people know that than road gang.
But technically, and Don Pierce points this out in the book, they were a work crew or a work gang because they weren't all chained together. And I think one you see recently is in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, right? Where they are chained together in groups because all three of them are chained together.
Yeah.
But for the work that they're doing, it would be completely impossible and impractical for them to be chained together.
Yeah.
It just there would be no way. They'd be lopping each other's heads off with those implements that they were using. But great question, Abe.
Now let's go. I'm going to go on that question is because you did Oh Brother Art Thou, and I have to bring it up because this is one of my girlfriend's questions. Is why do you get that movie? They're all singing. And I know why they did it. They brought in a lot of because of the Homer influence and a lot of singing. And then you got other films where it's a chain gang and it's a black crew of the niceties of how they used to call them and over that. And they're singing. Why don't they sing? Why isn't there to break the boredom? There's any kind of anybody kind of singing. Bet other movies you get it.
I'm going to guess it's too damn hot.
I didn't know if it was because if it was in the book. I didn't know if it was in the book.
In the book, they have to constantly be drinking water. It's hot and humid. And that's just my guess. It's not covered in the book at all because they do sing when they get back to camp. And they even have a little group going on there when the banjo arrives. But yeah, I'm just going to guess it's just too friggin' hot.
And then the only thing I would add as far as another guess would be possibly just a rule against it with these prisoners and this, this prison and these guards. Possibly that's the most logical things I can come up with. Otherwise, they do some good singing for camaraderie and that kind of stuff back at the camp. So I'm not really sure why not on the road.
Yeah. So but on the road, we have I'm guessing we have a couple of scenes where it shows the routine. We have back and forth, like camp. Back and forth, and then you get was it Alita? Is it Alita?
So I think first we actually get the quick little scene with Lucille.
Lucille. Is it Lucille? Is that how you call it? Lucille? Is that how you
quote unquote Lucille?
The car washer.
Yeah, the car. So
his mother comes in a little after.
So we get literally. So Lucille is first. So we get
carry on.
Yeah, yeah, it's literally a very amusing scene of also the guys who've been in a few more years, they are, it's kind of like a farm, and I'm guessing it's the daughter of the farmer, and I'm guessing if he was around, she would have got a belt. Let's say that of what she did next, because she plays up to whatever 50 odd men.
Well, prisoners too. Keep in mind,
prisoners. She knows. Oh, I need to wash. I need to wash the car.
Yeah,
and it's literally. Well, go on, Jay. I'll let you take.
It's like a car wash scene straight out of a '90s, kind of movie, an American Pie style of movie. It's the whole deal, the water, the suds, the sponge, the works. And, she's just teasing these guys. She knows. They even reference it. I think Paul Newman's character, Luke, is the first one to say it where, she knows what she's doing. So
she knows exactly
she's out there doing her little show, washing the car. And all the prisoners are obviously, salivating over it. And
George is he's
losing it.
He's gearing up. Oh, yeah, come on, baby.
He gives her the name of Lucille. Because he you gotta figure these guys have been in jail for a little bit. They haven't felt, personal touch like that in some time. So he's just creating this whole backstory going, miles down the road with the thought of her. And she's enjoying it too. She's looking up at them, giving them looks and doing all that kind of stuff. So it kind of sets up a funny little scene, but it also then kind of gives you an idea of like, okay, so these men have all been in this place for some time at this point.
Yeah. Somebody, it's a late 60s, early 70s movie that kind of needed to show tits, but not in a way they needed to show
some
tits.
way to squeeze
and it is
in,
literally that's what it is there for. It was at that era of Hollywood. They were like, where's the boobs?
Where's the blonde?
Like, well, hold it. We haven't got one because it's men in prison. Yeah, but where's the booze? Can we have this? And it is an amusing insert, but if you didn't have it, it's not changing the movie. No, it's not changing the movie. It's like I think what I can't remember what movie it was, Sandy, where you said
Halloween.
It was
we were talking
Halloween
about
for the boobs,
scenes,
and that is it. This is only there for that. It is not any for that. It is for that era where they went, have you got boobs though? And the producer went, that is our tick box. Have you got boobs? People want to see a boob in cinema. And they were like, well, we can do this scene. And that'll do. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then
I will say though, as far as scenes like that being checkboxed and kind of shoved into things, this one felt somewhat smooth. It didn't feel like it was as out of place or as forced in terms. I mean, it is a silly scene, don't get me wrong. But like I said, it does a decent job at being a little silly and obviously being a box checking point, but giving a little bit more background to like these prisoners and what it would, because like not for nothing, I'm sure if that did happen alongside of a roadside working gang, it would be a very, very similar reaction.
But it sets up a great bit, and I'm guessing it's different in the novel. Sandy, we have to go to it. Is it sets up when they come back to the camp? Is Dragline doesn't stop talking about it. He's like playing. He's like, like different scenarios and that. And it's Luke who kind of gets a bit peed off with it, like shut it up. And it is there's even a scene just before it, and not to be rude, he's being a bit vulgar about the situation, what he would do, like Dragline he's giving, and a couple of them need to go to the toilet, boss.
Yeah,
and it's like they all go kind of, and it's obvious why. If you don't get it, guys,
well, you get a quick glimpse of one of them.
I'm not going to explain it.
Face.
yeah, exactly. So it's obvious why they're going there.
Right. So in the book.
Is it actually? Yeah. There you go. So might be more graphic in the book, but like literally that sets up where it's like a Luke and Dragline. They kind of go hit
like the boiling point.
It's like no, I don't want to hear about this. We're literally you're going too far, and it's literally it's quite a good scene. But Sandy, what is that? But does the girl happen in the book? And
Jay mentioned it not feeling so shoehorned in because it was in the book, but it was completely different scenario. So they're building a road through a town, and schoolgirls are walking home from school. And by the way, I mean, if I haven't mentioned it before, this book is incredibly gritty and very descriptive. And again, it's not silly. It goes into great detail on a lot of things, bodily functions, bodily fluids, everything. But the young girls are coming home from school. The prisoners, there's a rule, no eyeballing. Okay, that was not played up in the film. If you looked at a civilian, you could go in the box. So they all would keep their heads down and purposely not look at any civilian, not just young girls. So this girl goes in her house, and Dragline's already noticed her. And he says, there's my future wife. There's my Lucille. And he starts talking about, he makes up this whole story in his head. Well, as they move up the road, she comes out of the house in a bathing suit, and she just lays in the front yard. That's it. That's all it had. There's no suds, no, pressing of flesh against soapy windows. She's just laying in the front yard getting some sun. Now, also, she knows what she's doing. She's in a bathing suit. There's prisoners around. They're all trying to sneak a look at her, but they can't look at her or else they'll be eyeballing. So they all sneak a look, and then as they're talking, they're all creating this fantasy around Lucille. And Dragline gets annoyed and says, "Don't you talk about my future wife like that." And they create this whole story about her so that when they get back, they get back to the camp, then Dragline keeps telling the story. And yes, he goes into graphic detail about what they're going to do. And then that gets the guys all riled up. And exactly what happens in the film happens in the book, but in greater, grosser detail, as far as, what the men have to do in those particular situations. So really, completely different characterization, but that a similar event happened in the book.
I would have thought that was honestly a completely made up part of it.
Yeah,
and that's why I said just initially that it did feel like it wasn't super shoehorned because it seemed silly and made up, but also seemed like how they, prisoners like that would react in that similar situation. So interesting to find out that it's actually, pretty close to truth and is an accurate depiction of how they would have, react to seeing somebody.
Now, did we miss the boxing match? Did we skip over?
That is no, I believe that is next. So they get kind of the argument.
Yes, you're right. Because that's like the boiling point for the
this is the point. He's like, because he's like stopping him talk about.
Right. He sees the guys all getting, hot and bothered about it. Yeah. And he knows he's doing it, for that reason. So Paul Newman steps in.
Yeah. And this is probably why it's probably different, I'm guessing, in the book and in the thing. But I like this. I like this scene. I don't care if it's not thing because I like it as let's go for it is Dragnet George Kennedy's character is he looks bigger. Like this picture doesn't really give it, but in the shots and the cinematography they shoot him from below, so he looks like the giant. He looks bigger. Every punch is going in. I'm bigger. Every punch is easy. And Cool Hand Luke's character is always shot from the below, and it just makes him look tiny. It makes him every shot is taking it and things. But I like this because it's I'm gonna say it, it's a Rocky moment, but not Rocky. Well done. It's like I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna show because they've got the crowd is around them, the guys all there, and they know what's gonna happen. Dragline, as always. I want to say Dragnet. I don't know why I keep want to say Dragnet.
Yeah, I know. I did it
too. Dragline is
great show.
What wants to kind of go in, and he's probably done this in the past, and everybody knows he's the winner. Whatever the outcome, he's always going to win. He's always the one. He goes in there, confronts. He's going to kick the crap out of him, and he does, to Lucas. But then he just keeps coming back. Even when he's swinging and missing, he just keeps coming back. And I liked it. I really like this scene.
I do
because it just shows the character of the Cool Hand Luke. Even though he's not Cool Hand Luke at the moment, he's still like that arrogant things. But that's it. And there's like you can see the fun fair that is no longer. And I bet you if this is in the novel, there's this scene and another scene that you can guarantee if this was in the novel, it's more brutal than it was because though he gets the crap beaten out of him, he looks okay. He doesn't look like he's been beaten, and that's why, like I said, like when you first watch it and you watch it again, like when you see it again, you're like, oh, he should have been beaten. He should have been beat. Like there's got to be the puffiness. Got to be bruised, and I don't know if that was a production thing, but like, oh no, it's Paul Newman. We need him to be the blue-eyed, good-looking boy in this movie to get the kind of the women in to watch or whatever. But like, he should have been beaten. I mean,
yeah,
like even if they're going to do a time jump, he should have been literally. Oh, we need to go and get somebody to help out here because there's like afterwards, as we know. It's like there's the scene like even they have to fight. I like things, but like it doesn't go well for Newman. And it's even to where he goes down, and even Dragline is like, just stay down, just stay down. Everybody's pleading, just stay down. But in the look of the fight and the scars and all that, it doesn't look that bad.
Yeah,
that's why I'm like, yeah,
reaction, because
it needs to. It looks like you need to have that kind of that 80s blistered eyes, like
bruising black eyes,
yeah,
cheekbone stuff.
Yeah,
cut me,
but
Mick,
I like
cut
it.
me, Mick.
Yeah,
Like
exactly. But
Right.
I like it at the end when Dragline he throws his last punch and he just puts him over his shoulder, and he's just like, "Come on," like that, and they bring him back. But at that point, he should have been like, Dragline couldn't have backed down, because he didn't back down. But then there needed to be the point of like, he's gone. That is it. Like, bloody bittered. Like, they need to be fit. I don't know if they needed them, like with the certification in America at the time, they needed to be a little bit different, but they needed that. A broken rib, bruised everything. It needed to be like this. This scene needed to be harsh. Really brutally harsh. Of like, when you watched it, you're going, "Oh, please stop." And I didn't find like the characters all did it, but the look of Paul Newman's character just didn't give it to me. They played it, but he didn't look like it.
Yeah. No, I would agree there. I think he needed to look like it a little bit more. And two, to be honest, I do think this scene needed a knockout blow. Just to kind of be the way that Newman wouldn't give up, but Dragline also wouldn't, stop or give in. And also just to make it feel a little bit more realistic, where like, if this beating is going down the way that the crowd wants you to believe that it's going down, where even they're starting to have their stomachs turned a little bit and don't want to watch it, I think there needs to be, like you said, more damage, and just frankly, the kind of knockout shot that does finally put Newman kind of on his back. That way he's not actually quitting. His body just kind of gives out on him in that moment, at least. And that Dragline's not kind of, showing as much sympathy as I feel like it shows he does in that.
But but that's what I'm saying. I think there is a line where Dragline just give up or whatever, just stay down.
Yeah, and Dragline
you'll have, and then Newman's character comes back with, "You have to kill me first."
Right.
And I like that. I like that because it's just like, I'm so arrogant, but I need to prove my point to you guys as well, because he's a newbie. But it annoys me that it just needed to be brutal. Now, Sandy, was it in the book?
So it was in the book, and when I tell you what was emphasized in the book, you'll be even more disappointed in this scene. Where I do like the way it was shot. I do like the angles. So in the book, I believe they are in shorts, right? They're in their underwear. And this is when the other prisoners, this happens really quickly after they come to the camp, after Paul Newman gets to the camp. This is where the other prisoners see all the scars on Paul Newman, on Luke. They see those scars all the way down his legs, all the way across his back. Which prompts, questions about what he actually did and went through in the war. So that was totally missed in this scene. Now, it probably, played in, could have played in a shower scene. It could have played somewhere else. I don't think it's mentioned at all in the film.
No.
And although, yes, when the prisoners come in, they read off their rap sheet, right? It's only those 4 people there who heard that he won a silver star and a bronze star and had commendations all over the place. But you don't hear this. I don't think at all in the film you actually hear the story.
Nope.
But this is what prompts him to tell at least part of the story when everyone sees the, what are described in the books as, just brutal scars all over his body, and down his legs. And yeah, so I still have an issue with the size again and the height, because in the book they're made such a big deal about Luke being the bigger guy. So I just looked it up. George Kennedy is 6'3" in real life, right? Paul Newman is 5'10". So it's a 5-inch difference. I think that's probably exaggerated. I don't think Paul Newman is 5'10". I think he's a little shorter than that. But anyway, So that's why I had the problem with, with this, because in my brain I was already seeing him as bigger. Also, let me tell you one other important thing about Dragline. Dragline in the book has no teeth. And it's because when he was arrested for whatever it was he was arrested for, the detectives kicked out all of his teeth when he was arrested.
Brutal.
So these guys have been through a lot. So by this scene in the book, you've got a man with no teeth, you've got a man full of scars, and you've got other prisoners around them, who probably had similar scars and similar experiences, and they're building camaraderie. They're fighting it out, they're getting it over, and this is the scene where they build their camaraderie, which is exactly what is accomplished here as well, but quite differently in the book.
Yeah. I still, the thing is, get that, I still like the scene. I still think it sets, like,
yeah,
as I said, like, when you watch it, you feel like you said there's bits of that is missed that you want to see, and it's missed. But this sets it up between two people. The other people in the great actors, and we have to say that because they tend up, a lot of them to be great actors, the B characters who are in the movie. But this is a movie really about three people. One who doesn't speak, and then Cool Hand Luke and Dragline. So this sets it up straight away of I suppose a weird respect they're gonna have,
the relationship.
the relationship that's going on. And this, I think, from now is you don't see a lot of Dragnet, and I mean that as a character. And I understand for later is when we talk about Oscars is why this character got the nod. Let's put it that, because now after this they start the bond. And I think it's a great setup. Movie wise, is it life wise? It probably isn't. There's probably completely differences, but I like it as the movie does.
He starts calling him my boy.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
Yeah. So I liked how it kind of hits the old classic, any kind of prison show, prison movie you watch, there's always that bit of like find the biggest guy in the yard, take him down type of thing to gain respect and all that. So I like
that. You've not seen Scum, have you?
No,
don't watch that then.
I have not. But I did like how they kind of work into that idea. It's a good way of doing it. Like I said, I do overall like the scene. I just kind of wish it ended with a knockout blow. I feel like it would have felt a little bit more authentic, or at least it needed that Paul's face, something to make it a little bit more brutal to match with the crowd. The rest of the prisoners around are kind of going through that level of like, this is great, all the way to this is turning my stomach. I can't watch anymore. Yeah,
because even when they do, like as a viewer, you're like, he doesn't look that bad. Like they start turning their heads and start walking away. You're like, it's not like viewership wise, it's not that gruesome. He looks, he's having a beating, but he still looks like he can stand. He still looks like that. It's not like, he's got half an eye popping out or something like that. It's not.
I think another issue with this scene, and it's really not an issue done by them filming it or anything like that. I think this is a bit of being stuck in a earlier era of movie making, where this probably feels like one of the more dated scenes of the movies because we've seen such ridiculous fight choreography since then over the decades. Compare this fight scene to a John Wick fight scene, and even in one of the bad John Wick movies, or one of the less.
It's even like when was
like,
Rocky? 70
exactly.
Like,
a little later, 10 years later, if even. The fight scene just feels very dated. Like the choreography is not quite there. The way they film it's not quite there, and it's not a fault of them so much as the time they were in. So I think that makes it feel less.
I say they like in the Dirty Dozen. That was the same year. You had more gruesome, like
or even that. So maybe part of it is just a little bit of the way that they choreographed it.
And it is like when I could say French Connection. That was 70s, wasn't it? So like even that a bit grittiness. It's just this kind of like this was saying like, did they aim for, or was it Paul Newman, the production thing, when we need him to like still be the pretty boy?
Well, I was just
like, because I say because in I like wherever you think he's a good looking guy, He's like in this era.
Yeah,
he's
he's
a
the
good
classic
looking guy.
Hollywood
He's
handsome.
a
You know,
yeah.
call it what it is.
Yeah. Like you're gonna get him. He's like he's there. He pulls the ladies outside of Hollywood.
He's got the
Yeah,
smile.
yeah. He's
Not
got the
much
smile. Yeah, but the thing
to
is,
tell us.
like for a lady, I guess in that era or even now, he's got that kind of. I've got the smile. I've got the blue eyes. But you know, I'm a bit of a bad boy. That is it, and that is it. So I don't know if in like the production thing, they were like, you can't make him look a bit too messy, because I'm guessing who, like as I said, like portrayed a little bit bigger. I'm guessing he's not a good looking character. This is like even if they did the back scars, that would have just been like, oh, he's a bit rough and ready. You know, it would have still played to like the cool Han Luke character. They didn't show it, but I think they would have edged it onto like even if there was a scene, he was like changing clothes for the first time, from his civilian clothes to his like prison clothes, just showed them scars. They were like a split second, boom. Ooh, that would have been good. You don't have to see much, but it's there. But yeah, they didn't give that nuance of like who he was to the Paul Newman character of like, ooh, hello,
And funny because reading the book, having already seen the film, I really tried to wipe Paul Newman and George Kennedy and the rest of them like out of my brain. And I think I was able to do I think I was able to do that because I haven't shared that. Well, let me say it now. The accents are horrendously bad in this film. And the narrator of the book did such a tremendous, excellent job with the accents that it helped me to imagine different characters, different people. And so imagining Cool Hand Luke based on the description in the book, there was no pretty boy about him whatsoever. He was a big guy. He kind of was I'll use a phrase, Stasis, you may have no idea what this means. Jay, you may not even have an idea, but a big galoot. Just a big
I've heard
hulking character, right? Not bad looking, but not not a pretty boy. And George Kennedy, because he has no teeth in the book, I was, imagining him a little older than he was and kind of grizzled. But the narrator of the book, the accents that he chose to use were not as exaggerated as what was in the film. And I think if you watch the film, because it really did bother me having just listened to the book. I think if you listen through the film, you'll catch plenty of times where they drop those accents and they forget.
Yeah, I must say, like,
annoying
because it doesn't state where it is. I don't think I'm sure it doesn't state whereabouts it is.
I think
100%.
it says Florida. I could be wrong, but I thought it did.
I'm sure it doesn't.
I didn't catch it in the film, to be
Okay.
honest.
No, in the film it doesn't. And like I was very confused of I must say, even though I'm English, is like where are they supposed to be?
It wasn't
because it was
Mississippi or
no, it was like, is it?
Louisiana.
Yeah, it was like, well, it isn't Tennessee, like deep Tennessee. It isn't
No.
South Georgia, and I didn't find it Florida because it would have like it would in the film, and it was just like, where am I going? And it felt like there was like a mismatch of like you say, like the accent. So I never got where this was supposed to be. Maybe that was a thing with the producers that they wanted that kind of Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia kind of Florida feel. But then it was just like, I don't get where. And then, but then the environment was somewhere different. Like the environment that you would say as a European, you do not see, you do not envision the dirt, the dustiness for Florida. You just don't. I know a lot of it is because I've been there, but you don't envision it. You envision that a little bit more, I suppose, more west, because you get like, if you go by Hollywood, that is more west. Like how they get like with the flat land and the kind of the farming that's going on and how it is, you're kind of going into like New Mexico. If that makes sense. That like I'm just going for like a normie out of it
from your perspective.
Perspective.
I would honestly agree with that, Stasis. I felt a little bit more like setting wise in terms of the look. I felt like it was a little bit more Midwest area, But then I also kind of assumed it must have been because the accents seemed like they were from such different. They were all sounded Southern, but they were from different regions. You know, they were all over the place.
Generic. They go able generic,
generic South,
basically.
So I assumed it was like Midwest, somewhere a little bit more central, where they would take prisoners from different states, you know, depending on the crimes committed or the level of them. Yeah, I never thought Florida from the visual setting or the accents.
Yeah, so this is 60 when this film has got to be filmed 66, maybe
66, yeah,
65.
But say 65, 65. So when did segregation stop in the southern states?
It was passed in okay, now I'm going to be in trouble here. It was the law was passed in 1964. It didn't really take effect until a few years later.
Yeah, exactly. So did they not want to do that kind of with some of the scenes like we got? Is they didn't want to? Oh, it's a state, and I mean they purposely didn't want to do that just because of like the when was the book written? It must have been
just
in that
a
time.
year before 1965.
Yeah, exactly. So did they, when they bought the rights, they had that set up? It's like they don't. Oh, we just don't want to kind of give the state. We don't want to like any preference of what happened. What is they kind of they loosely, and I mean that is like that able quite well. It's generalized.
It's somewhere south, I think is what.
Yeah, like and it would be for the international audience. It's like you're gonna get like you have the southern states and everybody who doesn't know the southern states, they're all the same.
Yeah,
like internationally, they're all the same. You all act the same. You're all the same county. You're all the same people, and this is how you treated everyone. And this is what it all looks like. Broaden horizon. It's like that.
It could be. It could be the it's. But then you kind of have to put yourself back then as well, right? So we can't look at the accents of today, or even like I put in the chat Foghorn Leghorn, which is like a cartoon character that was, had that really deep, ridiculous, goofy old South accent. Say it. And but yeah, this Civil Rights Act, I just looked to see when it was made effective, because sometimes we pass a law and then we don't make it effective right away. So the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964 and was immediately effective in 1964. That doesn't mean that things changed overnight. And it certainly doesn't mean that attitudes change. Some may argue that today we even have, some of those same attitudes. But you'll see the one that really disturbed me was because, having seen Wayne Rogers as, is he Trapper John? Yeah, Trapper John McIntyre. There he is, Foghorn Leghorn. Seeing Wayne Rogers as Trapper John in MASH, so knowing that he has a very bland, kind of Midwestern accent, and then seeing him in this, I felt immediately that his accent was forced, and then it disappeared. Poof. And you can see so many characters where that accent just disappeared, and I think that's a little sloppy. I mean, we see it in other films, right? The classic is Kevin Costner's Robin Hood, right? He just drops it halfway through the film.
I can't remember what they call it. There is a American accent they do that is Atlantic accent.
Mid-Atlantic. My accent is called the bland. Mine is called the mathematically average American accent, and it's Mid-Atlantic. And people from the South think that I speak Northern, like like Jay, and people from the North think that I speak Southern. And people from, so we have the bland. It's called the Mid-Atlantic bland accent.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that anybody who has never been to the States, especially to the southern ones, it is like the difference would be if you are from southern England, if you went to northern England, that change of accent is very unique. There are nuances. There's like there's I don't want to say like there is like reverberations of the vocal cords that you would never get anywhere else. And I felt this was missed in this movie. You do have the twang. That's it, the twang of like certain the dialogue of certain states, certain districts is like even like Florida. If you go to North to South Florida, it's completely different. Like even today, it's like that. But in the 50s, like, and that has got to be a twang that you'll be like, a lot of people who are foreign, like to that area would be like, I really struggling to understand what you are saying. And I felt this was a miss. They needed that kind of people. You're like, really deep kind of, even if it was like deep Georgian voice, like really, I'm hearing what you're saying. Like, it's like when Jay says his R's, nobody can understand it.
Fair enough. Well played.
You know who did it well? Who did it well was our Scottish lass in No Country for Old Men.
Yes.
With Kelly MacDonald doing a Texas accent brilliantly. Absolutely,
she did a great job.
Brilliantly. So it is an art, and it's not easy. And I'm sure, when you have when you have a large cast, right? You've got like 20 people interacting at any one time.
So I'm just going to break in there. And what other movie was she in?
Harry Potter.
Gosford Park.
Gosford Park. Oh, I have my gin. So we're gonna do I have my gin. We're gonna toast our beloved Dame Maggie. Oh my gosh!
I'm just before with that. I so want it will be iconic if Gosford Park comes out on the Wheel of Fortune. I will be like,
know if you put it on the wheel,
no,
you have to double.
It has to be. It has to. I did. I must have put it on there. I love that movie.
It was the last film I added on the list, and it's not alphabetized. So check your list on the wheel.
If it's not, I'm going to check it. If it's not on there, I'm putting it on now because I
have
love
to check it because that was my last edition.
I love it for completely different reasons than Sandy loves it, and I'm guessing Jay's never seen it, and
I have not.
It hits home. Anyway, sorry.
I love it because
break up.
Wait, I gotta say, it's a good old-fashioned Agatha Christie style whodunit with amazing actors. That's why I love
that. Sounds interesting.
And I love the architecture. There it is. I said it. I love the architecture. All right. Back
to the
film review. So we've gotten through the boxing match, and now Luke is my boy. He's his boy.
Yep. Geez, now I'm struggling to think what comes next. Do we go right into the? No, there's a lot between I think we see Luke talk with his mother at this point.
I think we have we have the poker hand before that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
this is the poker. Yep.
Right.
Because he's not cool hand Luke yet.
Right.
No.
And that's something we kind of glossed over too at the beginning. They make it known, the prisoners make it known that giving out nicknames, your real name you came in with doesn't matter. It's the nickname we give you that you're going to go by. And in this follow-up scene, this is where we start to see that happen for Luke finally, where, they're having this poker game. Luke just got beat up by Dragline's character. He's, playing the game, as you could say, with a pretty good poker face because he's stoic. He's not barely even looking in the direction of the guys he's playing cards with. He essentially what takes place is he's at this point, I think one-on-one with just one person who's remaining in the hand. He keeps raising. The guy keeps hesitantly calling at the advice of Dragline, who's behind them. Dragline's having a blast playing vicariously through this guy's hand. So the hand plays out. Luke ends up winning with nothing because he's bluffing. The other guy folds, I think. So Luke wins on a bluff. And at that point, that's when Dragline says, he beat you with nothing, just like today, kept coming at me with nothing. And then Luke has a really good line about sometimes nothing's a real cool hand. And
but I think it's not even the line. I think it's just his, like what they go later on a bit, is the smile.
Yeah, adding the two, the slight little line with that
literally slight smile. Paul Newman knows that. He does it in other movies that we love, but that sly, just that little look at the teeth, just literally brilliant. I love that because he knows he's playing cool. He's not even looking. He knows if you call me, I'm beat. But he's just like, and then the guy like a Dragline, kind of ups him. He's like, hey, like you're the boy, yeah. And then he just like that, boom. And then he even tells the other guy, don't listen to me. Why would you listen to me? Kind of thing like that. Right. Who am I? Like he had you before you even sat down. And I like that. There's that whole, they're gonna get on. Well,
exactly. It becomes that kind of final push of like, he earned his respect with the fight, but this is where he was like, okay, I recognize what this guy's style is. Finally, like, I think Stasis, you pointed out earlier, the relationship between the two of them, or the kind of headbutting that's happening, is mainly because Dragline's the kind of king of the camp, and he wants to figure out what exactly is this guy's bag, like what's his deal, what's his personality, his motive, the whole thing. And I think at this point, between the never giving up on the fight and the the just generally calm, cool as a cucumber kind of nature, he does everything, whether it is talking back to the gods or playing this poker game, or the sly little remark with the cool hand. The cool hand thing.
I think it's probably like in the book, it's different because what is the other guy who's really bulk, really like he's shorter than, but he's really.
Yeah, I'm trying to let me see if I can.
Like he's like, and he said he like later before this, they kind of goes, oh, he's like, it's like, oh, he did something, blah blah blah. But it's obviously Dragline's got him under the banner of like being my man. But like it would have worked, that kind of play in the movie, if Cool Hand Luke's character, as he is known now, after the card scene, it was a little bit bigger, a little bit like, even if he was ripped a little bit more, it would have played more like because in the movie they make out he's just a bit pissed off. He's just like, you're gonna mess it up with us. But I'm guessing the book is like, you're a challenge to my authority. I'm the boss. I'm the boss of like, I'm not. I'm not the boss, but I'm the boss of us.
Of this, right? I'm the boss of the us. That this.
If you need something doing, you need to answer me first. And I think that like plays on later with the magazine. I'm jumping up forward. It's like, yeah, come on, like he plays it like he plays that, like, you've got to ask me for any little thing. Even though like in the movie, he's still like, he's a fun character, but you could like, he's one of those people who like, they're fun to be around, but they can snap.
Right.
Like we spoke about like previous, like kind of these movies, but it is because like he's very bubbly. A lot of these scenes he does, he's very bubbly. He's like, hey, like you, and then he goes into serious mode quite often. But I think in this, like, it would have been better if they did have somebody just a little bit more bulkier. I don't know, even like if they like, even it was like I could see Charles Bronson in.
Oh yeah,
that would have been a better character, a little bit more gritty, a little bit looked like he's a bit of a boxer, kind of character. I think that would have worked better than Paul Newman. And I'm not dissing Paul Newman's portrayal of the movie.
I think it's the look more than the job done. I think I would agree there. Paul just has a bit of that classic Hollywood handsome type of look. The movie star, the Brad Pitt, that kind of, you see him, you recognize that's Hollywood.
But I think that's why he comes across more cocky than actually like F you.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But I think if they had a Charles Bronson, it would mean like, no, I ain't taking the shit.
Right.
Makes sense.
He's just got that tougher, scruffier kind of look to him.
Yeah. They needed it, but then they needed, I suppose, like for Hollywood, they wanted the good boy, the good boy look. So we got through that.
Yeah. So at this point, they're
now back to are we the mother scene?
I think so. We're not missing like something little.
I don't know. Is this the first? No, because this is the first when they get. This is the second weekend off, and they get like, you have a visitor, and then Cool Hand Luke's character is surprised that he has a visitor.
This is where the book is in a different direction, because I think this scene doesn't happen until later in the film, but it's after the card game and after he's got his. So now, number one, he's proven himself to Dragline through the boxing match. He's won the card game, so he's got his nickname now, and now he's going to prove himself as helping everyone else out, because right away this is now the scene where they're on the road and he's just tearing it up and he's getting everybody energized to get faster and faster. And in the film, this doesn't happen until they're doing the asphalt, and they've got to shovel the grit over the asphalt so that it dries, and he's got them going so fast. In the film, he's doing that right now. So it's like these three things happen. He's proven himself, he's got his name, and now the entire camp is going to respect him, because when he makes and motivates everyone to move faster, they can knock off early.
Right.
They can be out of the blazing sun early, and the bosses are fine with that too. They're totally fine with that. They're like, "Okay, let's get it. We're done, and let's get it." I think that happens, if I'm remembering it, I think that happens later in the
It does. It
film.
happens after. Yeah,
I
this
believe
then the scene,
I
and
think we
then
get the mother scene first, then the speed up the work scene.
yeah,
Okay. So the mom is obviously dying.
Hmm.
You know, she's in the back of a truck and in a cart. Now in the book, um they've already told us in the book that Luke has lost his faith. Huge theme in the book that
Yes.
is not touched on it very much at all in the film. And his mother is frustrated with him because she wants him to regain his faith, because she
Hmm.
knows she's dying, and it's really important to him that he's a believer. And in the book, they're sitting at a bench. So she's able to get up and get to a bench, and it's him, his brother, and his nephew. And he is, explaining to his nephew, "You don't ever want to be here. You don't ever want to be here." And the
Hmm.
mom's frustrated, and um she doesn't in the book. I don't think she tells him that he was her favorite like she does in the film. She
Yeah.
tells him like, "Well, I always,
Every parent's got a favorite.
everybody's got a favorite. It's not your brother who's right here,
Yeah.
right here in the
I'm the
front
one
of the
who's
car."
taking care of me while you're locked up in prison.
Exactly, exactly. But they do bring him his banjo, so that
Mhm.
part
yeah.
is the
I
same.
I like this scene because it just shows she's yeah, like the other, like the brother, like I'm doesn't really care about, but you're the disappointment. You
Right.
Why have you ended
Mhm.
up here? You are literally that, and then she like how their back and forth is twined, and there's a very it's a very weird it's a it's a slow scene. It brings it back to a very slow. It's a slow point of the movie, but it's a very poignant kind of um, scene that is needed, and it's just because it just brings back reality to what Luke is, and I like it, and I dislike the scene. I think it drags, but I like
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
I would agree there.
scene.
I definitely agree. I think it drags along a little bit too long, but I like it for similar reasons.
Mm,
One, like
yeah.
you just said, I think it kind of grounds Luke again, gets him to realize like there's a whole side of my life that I've one come from and two want to go back to outside of being in this prison camp, um, or prison slash camp, whatever you want to call it. But I do also like the idea of, and this was something I kind of missed because I haven't watched this movie in some time. So watching it younger, I kind of missed the fact that this kind of kicks off a little bit of the religious story arc for Luke
Mhm.
in terms of his kind of finding, like Sandy said, finding his faith again. And although they don't lean into it a ton, I did think they did a nice job with the little bits of it that they sprinkle in, and where he kind of starts in this scene and then ends up by the last scene, which we'll get to.
Mm. Yeah,
Now
but I like
go
this
ahead.
control as well. Sorry, Sandy. Like the control, the also the guards. There's a bit where he asks the guy, like, because she's on the left hand side of the ute or the
Yeah.
truck, and then he's on the right, but there's a gap, and he asks to go around, and he like, boss, can I go around? He's like, nope. He's like, oh, I have to stay here, and it's just like, well, he's still in the vision, but it's that little control. He's
Mhm.
still in the control, and it's like it is good, and it's like that. So yeah.
So on the movie poster that you showed earlier, I don't know, would it be trouble for you to pull that back up?
Yep.
Because yep, there she is. Okay, you see the name of Arletta, Joe Van Fleet. Um in the criticism that I had pulled up, some of the critics at the time, boy, they make a big deal about Joan Van Fleet and her performance, and she even gets top billing here, right? So I looked her up. I'm like, wow, she must have been like a famous actress back then, and maybe I just never heard of her. No, she's not. So I can't figure it out. She was a TV actress. She had been in, I guess at the time it was a big television show, 77 Sunset Strip. I think I had heard about that when I was a kid. It was a huge TV series, but she had only been in an episode or two. And then she just played bit parts. She was in films such as The Virginian, which was a old Western television series. She was in The Wild Wild West. She was in all the Western ones, Bonanza. She was in The Mod Squad, but she was only in 1 or 2 episodes of each. I can't figure out at all what the acclaim was for her. I mean, I'm sure she did a great job, but not only was she commented on in all the criticism, and reviews, but look, she gets her name and there's Paul Newman, there's George Kennedy, J.D. Cannon, and Joe Van Fleet. None of the rest of them have the big so I can't figure it out. I'm not familiar with her in anything else.
It's an important scene. It's a boring scene, but it's not a great scene.
I don't get it.
I didn't find her to be particularly remarkable in it, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to, crap on the job she did. I think it was bad or anything, but not enough to have earned top billing for a 5-minute role, 5-minute scene that went on too long.
And that's being generous. Yeah, that is being generous. It's like, I could understand it if you like she had a scene where you're like, oh, that hit home. That hit home. Like that. Like it that would have been, but no, it didn't. Like that. The scene was needed, as you say, Jay, for later on. But the scene, it was good. But I just was like, it's there. It's a bit slows it right down.
Yep.
But if I had to say, editing wise, I could have taken that scene out for the next scene, and I'm going to push it forward a little bit. Is when the captain comes back. Like we're moving it slightly on, and he goes like to call out Luke, your mum's dead. Spoilers, we're moving on a little bit, and then that could have been this scene. Would they even need the mother? They could have just had that note. Your mum's dead.
That can still be the catalyst, because I do think her death is the kind of the catalyst in what.
That is for the whole movie.
To this point, he's kind of content being this prisoner and kind of like at this point, it seems like his plan is to live out the 2 years and then move on. And obviously, this seems to be the catalyst that changes that. So the death of his mother could have always done that. Without that scene before it, I think, or at least I have to imagine that scene's big. Purpose is to set off the religious kind of side of the story.
And they should have done more with that. They definitely should have done more.
Because I'm guessing, I'm not like things. I'm guessing they had Sundays and they had a father, a sermon coming on.
Yeah, I think we really only see the Saturdays.
It's the South, and like if you go by like international thing, the South seems you got the Bible states, you have those, and I'm guessing 1950s. The majority, you're going to have a higher religious things, and you do not see any like pastor, like any kind of father figure come in to give them like a Sunday service. Let's say.
Yep.
I'm guessing they would have had it. They would have had that every.
They would have, and it was actually part of the reform process. So part of the experience of going through reform, being imprisoned, and the United States has a really interesting history of making sure there's a balance between rehabilitation, reform, and paying your debt to society, and that serving time in prison should actually not be a penalty in that, we kind of look at it as a penalty, but it's not punishment. It's to reform you and to pay your debt to society. And part of that, until very recently in our history, has been a strong push toward religion.
Yeah.
Because
you see how many people come back and they in prison, they come back, oh, I found God. I found religion.
The ones who reformed, you find tend to have gone that route.
There's a strong push to that, like institutionally at this time, which I think is missing from the film, and really actually only touched on a little bit in the book, but also beyond this film and the book, in reality, some of the aid to prisoners who didn't have visitors coming to visit them were the religious groups. They also felt like, they're trying to reform and save their souls, but they also, many of those organizations provided comfort to prisoners. And just in my own experience, relatively recently, I worked with a woman who volunteers her time on weekends at the woman's prison here, and it just shocked me. Just surprised me. But then I thought to myself, well, why should I be surprised? Good-hearted people do good things.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of that influence even today, but more so back then. It was structured. Like, you were going to church, you were going to preaching, you were going to listen to the preacher, whether you wanted to or not. You were going to listen to the preacher. So that was missing. What else was missing was, and Don Pierce did co-write the screenplay, but he was frustrated in what made it in and didn't make it in, and how his language was changed. A lot of his language in the book was very influenced by religion. In fact, there's at one point when they're talking about um, the the guys out on the road stretching, just to stretch out their arms, and there's a reference to looking like he's crucified because his arms are stretched out. We would call it T-posing in gaming, but that there's reference to you know all kinds of religious symbolism through his writing, and the language he used that was completely excised from the script for this film.
I think it would have been a great couple of scenes. Like,
Mhm.
not the thing. It's like the scenes in Blue Brothers when they go to church. Like, it gives
Oh
that
god, yeah.
things like that. But I think if
Amazing.
they did this, like, and they showed the ones who are committed to religion and the ones who are messing around, let's say that, I think
Yep.
it would have shown some it's like, about it. I say go back what brother Artal. That is a great one that does that really well.
Yeah.
Completely different
Yeah.
thing. It's not supposed to be a Christian religious film, but that does it really well how they portray it. Coen's brothers again.
The
I hate
higher
to bring it
power.
up.
It's about the
We've
higher
got to say it back, I mean, but like if they had that, I think it would have it would have set the tone of
Mhm.
what we're gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, even in 12-step programs, whether it's
Mm.
Alcoholics Anonymous, you know, um, recognizing, acknowledging a higher power, acknowledging that you are not 100% in control. Whether you believe in a God or not, even those who are agnostic or atheists have to acknowledge they're not in control of everything all day long.
Mhm.
You
With
have to
that,
kind of give in.
I just want to tell Abe, I am your higher power. Just to let you know.
He controls
I think
things.
Abe will disagree on that. I think Abe will disagree on that. But yeah, it's unfortunate because I think, especially the way the film ends, I think that
Yeah.
religious theme needed to be there, and that's another, another little frustration.
Yes, 100%.
Mhm.
But if I'm reading my list of scenes correctly, we're at the eggs.
So actually, I think we just missed something.
Oh, what
Now,
did we miss?
oh no, sorry. Because did we get to? We didn't get to the news that his mother did die, right? We just briefly talked about how.
No, that is after this.
No,
scene.
not yet.
I
I know
jumped.
we touched on it. Okay, never mind.
So,
Then we
yeah,
can
so
just
you've
keep
got
going,
because he won the poker game.
Because he's
kind
the
of,
one in
Right.
the
and
box.
and
when
he's
his
one of the
mom
things, and he got like,
yeah.
yeah. So we kind of got the now to do is he can do what my boy can
My
do
boy.
anything.
Right.
My boy, and then you have the kind of that like there's nuances of some food kind of things and like that, and then you kind of get, and then I don't know how the eggs get springs, but then Koan Luke kind of goes 50.
It's him. He
Yeah, I
just
think
says
he just pulls the eggs out of
Does
nowhere.
he
'Cause they're
have to
talking
say 50
about
eggs, or was there
eating
eggs?
competitions.
There was an eat like things, but he's like, I can eat 50 eggs.
Yeah, he's just kind of playing his banjo as they're going off talking about this, because it's Dragline who's just hyping up Luke at this point. He's like, my boy can eat this, my boy can eat that. And then out of nowhere, Luke's just like, yeah, I could eat about 50 eggs. And they all kind of like, no, you can't. And obviously it sets off this scene.
Now, I
Thankfully, in
found
the
it.
book, it doesn't go on like
Yeah.
this. Thankfully, because,
So,
like I said in the book, there are other eating contests and there's other
Yeah.
things going on. So, yeah, goodness.
now I like the scene build up, like with we got to rub it out. We've
Yeah,
got to rub it
the
out.
working
We've got to rub it out.
training.
Fill in the
And then you
cracks.
get the thing. And I like how. So I looked up of the facts of the movie. So Paul Newman only ate 8.
Ugh, still too much.
8 eggs.
Yeah,
2
even
like
eight's kind of
all
a
the
lot.
8. Yeah, but it was like through the whole day. So, but they cooked over 50
Yeah.
just because things get dropped, blah blah blah.
Right.
But the crew and the supportive actors and all that, everybody ate them. And then the next day they had to do a half day because apparently they all had flatulence and they had to actually call it. They were like, no, we've had enough, because they all were that had so many eggs like that the day before. When they got to the next day, they were all flatulated so much.
Bloated, they were like, fatting off eggs.
No, because all the filming was in that cabin, literally like that. So all of them were literally releasing like that.
You gotta figure that it's hot as hell too, I imagine, because they're in the heat of things. Nobody wants to be bloated, fatting, and hot all at the same time.
So they just apparently, so the next day they did some a couple of hours shooting. Went, no, that's it, we're done. Yeah, literally like that. Yeah, we're done. Too much eggy, and we all know. And I want to be polite, but we all know that egg smell. We all know that egg smell. No, it's not. It's
especially the second time around.
Yeah, but I find this is. Let's say this is the. If you go by, there are iconic bits in this movie. This is one of the. This is it. This is everybody.
Right.
Like, even if you've not seen the movie, you've seen or part of heard. Like, even my girlfriend who thought she had seen the movie because of this, and then realized she hadn't seen the movie because of this. It is iconic. It is a in their tick box of iconic movie cinema points. And Jay, go through the eggs.
Yeah. So so what happens is, obviously, as we set it up, they have this conversation in the bunks about, Dragline's going off about because at this point they had just gotten back from the rushed day of work that bought them about 2 more hours of hanging out, or just kind of clocking out 2 hours early. So Dragline is just kind of gassing up Paul Newman's character at this point, where he can do this, he can do that, my boy's this, that, the other thing. So then comes the challenge proposed by Luke himself about eating 50 eggs. Everybody's taking money on it, so it becomes this big thing. So he's preparing, training with Dragline for, I figure it's like maybe a 24-hour period or something like that. Maybe less, maybe 12 hours. Because I think the initial scene happens at night, and then the training happens in the day. So maybe it's just the next day. But he's training, running around the yard, all that kind of stuff. And eventually the contest happens. Dragline's peeling all the eggs, and they're getting ready to do this. And Paul Newman's character walks in as if he's a prize fighter. He's got his kind of, his overshirt hung over his shoulders as if he's a boxer running out to the ring. Somebody lifts it off of him. He sits down, starts eating the eggs. And the scene is honestly mostly humorous and kind of to show, I think, just the fun side of what these guys have going on. And kind of like Stacey said earlier, how when, whether it be, like in his case, it was the armed forces, and this, obviously, it's prison. So it's a completely different scenario. But when you boil it down to a bunch of men stuck in a situation where there's really not much to do and boredom kicks in, it somehow, finds a way to play out very, very similar to each other. So it's about having a little bit of fun. And that's what this scene is. They're having fun. They're doing this whole thing. And what I like about it the most is the little bit right in the middle of all the egg eating, where I think he's at about 30 some odd eggs. And I think it's actually this scene that we're showing right now, where he's looking just sick as a dog at this point, and he's figuring everybody's figuring he's about to tap out. He kind of gets up, he walks around stumbling, makes his way over to the sink, and they think, this is it, because one of the rules is if he pukes, game over, he loses. So at this point, it's a little bit of, again, Paul Newman's character Luke just being sly and a little bit of a hustler, and just kind of, the cool side of Cool Hand Luke, where he's putting on this show and he's getting the last few people to get their bets in against him. And once he gets the word from Dragline that's the, all the money in the camp is essentially already riding on this, he gives off that infamous Paul Newman smirk, and he circles back around to finish off the eggs, which he then does in a very suspenseful moment that they actually, I have to say, did a really good job building up the suspense of him racing the clock versus finishing the last couple eggs. For a second, I almost forgot whether or not he did or did not finish them, because they were doing such a good job with the countdown, the 5, 4, 3, and he's got to swallow the last bites and all that. But of course, Paul Newman being Paul Newman and Luke being Luke, he finishes off the last one in time and obviously wins a bunch of money for himself, Dragline, and those who bet on him.
And it was only Dragline and Coco who bet on him. Everyone else in the book bet against him. So it was a heck of a payday for Dragline and Coco, and they would have been in trouble because they couldn't pay back. They couldn't pay off all the debts if he had lost.
Oh
Does
yeah.
this remind you of any scene in any other film? Very different. This reminded me of Marion in Raiders of the Lost Ark drinking in her bar.
Oh yeah, okay,
yeah.
Nepalese guy.
Yeah.
It reminded me because she starts to sway, her eyes roll back, she falls down on the table.
Yeah, but she knows she's gonna win.
She knocks it down.
She knows.
And then as soon as it's done, she's fine. Like as soon as he's out of there, she's like, I'm up cleaning up the bar. But this scene kind of reminded me of that just a little bit.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It does. Well, it's that little bit of the hustle inside of the challenge.
Yeah, it is a great scene.
Holy moly!
I know exactly. But this is like I always find it's like the bloatedness. Like I like how they get. I don't know how they did it. There must have been like you need to take like ingest or like he just took loads of water on because he's ripped in this. He's kind of really flat stomached, literally. But like there is one like he's bloated it out like but there is that big there's that I suppose like a little beer belly. Let's say that it's like
beer belly.
And it's quite good how they do it. Like and they walk it like you got to take a walk. Let's walk it out. Let's walk it out. And and
they're shaking.
So
fill in the cracks.
I don't know how they did that, and it is quite good. But like even to the end where you like Joe just said, like you don't know if he's going to do it, and literally Dragline's like we got to do it. Literally, he's like, put it on one, and he's getting it, and he's literally pushing him in. It's a great one. It's like
the visual of it grosses me
out. He didn't swallow that last one.
But it's like,
go ahead.
It's like, but he ever had these are hard. I know. I mean, like these are hard. Like you got to think about that. If you've ever had a bad cook and they've done a really bad boiled egg. And then but they're still they're warm, but they're still warm, and you can eat them. But they're still like, oh, that's overcooked. But these have been sitting. These are like blatantly the Jow chef has been there for a while, cooking 50 eggs, and literally when you see it, they bring them over the fence. They've been sitting there for a while, so them last 20 have got to be cold. Oh, they got to be gritty. They've like a slimy, gritty. Oh, they're not nice. You actually, when you get to that scene, like when he's doing the last and they're popping it in, you're like, oh,
yeah, something about the visual
last
way they
yoki, yeah, and it is like that yoki. Whoa, it's like, and then like you think, how many eggs? Yeah, and it is, but you're like, how many eggs could I do? How many eggs? You're like 10. Could I do 10? Oh no. And then you're like, oh, it's just it's all right.
And I think about it. No.
But I like the scene before it is like, why did you say 50? Yeah. Why couldn't you say 35?
Like a good
35. 35. It's just sounding a good number. But this scene is like, it's iconic. It's like it's there, and even when like the clock boom boom boom, and he's like he didn't do it, and he's like blah, and he's like open his mouth up, and he's done it, and then like they all leave, and I love it because this scene, but they all leave, and he's just there like he's about to like he's like it's a food death. Let's just say that is the best way to put it, and he just gives that.
Get that little smack,
that little grin, and he just, I did it. Now, if I didn't have your respect, I've got 100% your respect. I'm not the main man. Dragline is still the main man, but literally, I love. This is a great scene. Like, even if you don't like the movie, this is a scene like you got to like because it's funny. It's it's not. I can't see. I don't believe, let's say this, like we get a very lot of dumb YouTubers, pranksters on TV. I don't think anybody has tried the 50. I've not, if you go by the Jackass,
sure.
yeah, like Jackass days, even what's the Welsh one called? But I don't think nobody's ever done 50. I don't think it's even doable. I like to know Guinness Book of Records. Let's go for it. But this is like, it's a funny scene. It's a funny scene. And Sandy, buy the book.
Well, buy the book. So, again, there had been some other challenges with food. And then they do cover in the film, like some of his training that he's doing. Like he's eating, plate after plate of beans to stretch his stomach and stretch his stomach. And then he doesn't eat that day. But the one thing I did want to say, like in the film, yeah, he does pass out. Like on that last egg, he passes out on the floor. And they haul him up onto the table to open his mouth to see if and that's kind of what they show. But in the book, it probably would have been even a little more comical if he had passed out on the floor and they'd hauled him up onto the table to open his mouth. I think that's, I think they did it well. I think they did it very similar to what was in the book. I'm now looking up the Guinness World Record for eating eggs.
So
actually, you don't want to hear this.
Yeah.
Jesus Lord, you don't want to hear this.
Is it bad? Is it bad? God.
Do you think it's higher or lower than 100?
In an hour, because they said an hour. Is this an hour?
In 3 minutes.
What? Go on then. It's got to be. Oh my God.
Competitive eater Joshua Coutreau, the frontman of
Australian. Where?
Wait,
Australia.
The frontman of Australian band Fangs holds the record by eating 143 hard-boiled eggs in 3 minutes.
How?
He broke the previous record held, 141, by American competitive eater Joey Chestnut. Joey Chestnut's the guy who always
the hot dog eating
guy.
Tons. I know. How?
Okay, there we go, people. If you give us 100 super chats later, we will do each next stream, each on screen. We're gonna go for it. Oh my God! How the hell?
You can pull up this guy's picture. He's hilarious.
But 300 was it 3 minutes?
In
100. I don't like that. Is literally how.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. That is insane.
That is like you have to have a broken gullet or something. Like you have to have something like physically, like I don't know. Oh, that is ridiculous.
It would take me 3 minutes to eat one whole the way that Paul Newman eats them. Just
like,
to
my man,
like that and get it down. Never mind.
That has to be like
he's got to be swallowing half of it whole.
Like everyone's got to be. They've got to be like swallow the whole. That is. Oh my God. That is it. Yeah, I'm guessing he's still single from the smell.
Yeah.
Well, if you take a look at him.
Oh my God.
This is our boy.
To assume it.
Oh my God.
This is our boy Joshua Coutreau, who is. This was as of just last year.
No,
he's not a big guy, is he? He's not like a
the video of it. I need to know how that's.
Oh my God, this is.
I don't want to see the video of it. No, thank you.
Oh my God, I really do. This is for where I might put it on the agenda for Wednesday.
Right.
Let's put it on that. Let's put it on my. That is amazing. That is literally. I'm baffled because I can't work out the mathematics per second of you got to pick it up hand by hand. I'm guessing they didn't get fed to him to do it in 3 minutes. 100 and how many?
43, I think.
143.
That's crazy.
How many is that? Like every you've got to, my math.
It's over 40 a minute. It's over 40 a minute. It's almost 50 a minute. It's probably 40.
So like 1.2 seconds. You got to go
48 per minute. Yes, Jesus, yes.
When you have to figure out that is literally.
I'm guessing. Now
he can't chew it. That is going
exactly. I was just going to say I'm going to make you really sick. He's probably swallowing them whole.
Oh, he's got to be. There's no.
As I said, he has to have a.
He has to have process alone takes time. That he wouldn't be able to.
He's got a broken gullet that he can expand his expand it.
Unhinge his jaw like a snake.
Yeah.
Something's going on there.
Like a pelican.
Oh,
Like a
Yeah.
pelican.
phenomenal. I've seen some party tricks. That's not one you want to watch. What's your party trick? Well, I've got this thumb that can do this.
Do you happen to have
And then,
143
what have you got?
eggs?
Well,
How many eggs you got?
watch this. Whee! And my girlfriend's got some ping pong balls. You don't want to see what she does. Oh my God. Anyway, after that, that's
We've
mind
done the eggs.
boggling.
Now. The eggs are
we've
done.
done the eggs.
To circle back to making everything connect. Two things I did like about this egg scene. One is a visual thing that's really subtle and really quick. I'm only catching it because whenever we do these streams, I have the movie playing on a little side monitor here quietly, just so I can keep fresh with the progress of the movie.
Oh, that's smart.
And as I'm watching this scene, there's one little thing I forgot that I just noticed now, catching out of the corner of my eye, where when he's passed out after the smirk from the eggs and they pan out with the camera, it's kind of an upward zoom out. And you see him laying on the table in that T pose. But he also has his legs crossed exactly like, you would see in any depiction of Jesus, like with the feet over each other and everything. And it's just before we're about to get to some more of the religious theme of the movie, or his journey through religion kind of kicking in a bit with his mother and in the scene in the rain and all that. So it's almost a little bit of kind of foreshadowing what's going to come next for his character in terms of that, which again, didn't notice till just watching it now. And I literally just watched it this morning again. So it's a nice little subtle visual thing. But the other side of it that I like about this scene and what it kind of represents for him and Dragline in the movie, which they don't lean into or kind of make known as clever as an idea as it was this then allows them to kind of become the bank of the prison.
Yes.
Where the next scene, or maybe in a few scenes after, you see them kind of being the ones who dole out money. You had Dragline saying, you're paying or you're borrowing type of thing. Because they just won all the money of the camp, they are now the bank of the camp. So it really sets up a nice position for them within this obviously Dragline's already at the top of the hierarchy here, but it just kind of gives him a little extra power in that role, as well as Paul Newman's character and Coco, which they don't really lean into kind of the importance of how much money they won and what it leads to for them. They just kind of gloss over it a little bit, but I did think it was a cool little thing to add in there.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of just go like, when they ask him, he just looks at Newman, doesn't he? He's like, what do you think?
He says something like that too, where he's like, well, Luke's the one who something or other. Like I can't remember exactly what the line is, but he does allude to like Luke kind of being the brains of the operation too.
Was it? So is the next scene the the tar scene? Is it the tar with the rain?
The next is the rattlesnake.
Yes,
the
rattlesnake.
Which is it rattlesnake now?
Yeah, which had been happening all through the book.
The tar scene was a little bit earlier.
Yeah, tar scene's earlier. The rain scene's later, isn't it? So then we've got the next scene is again they are doing their normal routine of smashing the hay, like wherever you want it. They're using these implements like things, equipment, and then they kind of they all jump out, don't they? They all kind of just jump out. And this is to show, I think this scene in the movie is not to show the rattlesnake, it's to show the shooting ability. Because this is the real first time you really see him, boom, do something really accurate, really shot. So the man with no eyes, as he's known in the movie, they show Cool Hand Luke being cool. Everybody else jumps out of the way, is scared, and he grabs it up, boom, and then the boss man takes it out, and then he just throws it up, doesn't he? He just throws it up like that. But that would have made sense how we did it, like how we want to treat it. I always found that scene a bit weird, but it makes sense if in the book they were making them with wallets or boots or whatever.
Yeah, they were looking for snakes and turtles too. They were doing something with turtles, like basically anything they could scrounge to make into something they could sell.
Yeah, but I think that would have made more sense to the scene, because the scene is just like, he's accurate, he's shooting, and he throws it up on him, and in the scene, it seemed to have pissed off Boss Man. that he threw it back at, kind of threw it back in the general direction, but in reality, he threw it up there to keep.
Right.
You know, yeah. And they probably cooked the meat. They would have probably cooked the meat as well.
And he's kind of being a little too friendly with the boss man. I can't remember what they call him, man with no eyes. He's just kind of playing a little too friendly, almost in a way where it comes off as being a smart ass. And I think that's kind of what not only does the boss man pick up on, and I do think it is the intentions of Luke there. I don't think he's just trying to be friendly. I think he is trying to be a little bit clever with them, kind of a kill him with kindness type of, smart assery. And the rest of the prisoners pick up on it too, because I don't know if it's dragline, but another one of them is like, hey, take it easy a little bit. Don't play around with that guard.
He picks up his walking stick.
That's right. He picks up the walking stick.
A huge no.
And draws a lot of attention to it too, almost in a way of like insulting him for having a walking stick in the first place.
Or it's almost like touching someone's gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like you would never ever do that. And in the book, when he does that, everyone stops and stares and they're like, "Oh, geez, what's coming?"
Right.
And nothing, nothing came of it. But yeah, that was a moment where, he's really gone too far.
And then from there, I want to say after that rattlesnake scene, I think while they're out there working, that's when the rain starts coming into play.
Yeah.
Because the rain starts obviously pouring down on them. The skies open up. It's a storm, thunderstorm, the whole deal. So they're rushing to get back into the trucks. And I think one of the other inmates makes a comment about like, oh, you don't want to be out here and get struck by lightning. Obviously, they're holding these, the poles are wood, but the the head of these devices that they're using for the hay is metal. So, they're all running to the trucks. They're kind of, one of them's giving a warning, like, hey, what are you doing? Get in the truck. You don't want to get struck by lightning. And this is where he tempts God. I
love this scene. It's probably it is more relevant of people being, if you got a military background, because it is literally, you had like the way he's portraying it, like it's becoming like back to God, but he's tempting God. I like when you say he's lost his faith. He's still got his faith. He's tempting God. Literally,
he's saying, prove it to me, show me,
prove me. Like that's. But I think it's more of like, okay, like it's different scenarios, all different wars, but like Second World War, like they've got like he's lost a lot of like his friends, I'm guessing. But I always got from this scene, and I still got it when I rewatched it, is he's tempting God as like, why me? Why did you let me survive in this situation? You put me onto this. F you. If you don't think I'm worthy, do it. Go on, strike me down. You've let me survive this brutality of the Second World War, where like they're 100%, like anybody would agree. There's probably better people who lost their lives than the people to come back. Though they were as important as them people, it was they all equal, and people are going to that, and you're going to get that is your best mate was better than you. Your best friend, your person you even hated, but you still respected was better than you. They had a family, they had a friends, blah, blah, blah. They were better than you. And I love this bit because he is doubting why me? Why did you let me come back? F you. And I think that is the religious part of it. He's not lost his perception of God. He's lost his, not the faith of God, but he's lost his faith in God. That he's there and they aren't. That person loved, hate, or was his mate weren't there. You let me survive, and I'm me. I'm a nobody, and that's the thing. You know that he's a bit of a down outer. He's got his charm, and he's got his looks, but apart from that, what has he got for society? That is what he feels. I love that. I love this scene because he's also, if you're highly religious, he's giving his two fingers up at God. He's going, F you, me and you, now let's do it. And that shows is like everybody's in the truck who's looking at him, back at him. He's like, he's going, me and you, let's go for it. Just me and you. There's only me and you out here now. Everybody else is effed off. they're undercover. It's me and you now, and I think it's a great scene. I can't. This is like of the other scenes. This is the scene I really like, and it's because I like maybe it's my background or whatever, but I understand it. I understand he's the frustration he's got at that one moment of like everybody else running away, and he's probably seen it before. And the who is responsible? Well, the only person presenting Mother Earth, who's Mother Earth? God. And it's just like, no, I'm pissed off. Look where I am. And it gets me. It gets me to scene. I can sit back and watch this scene and go, God, I get it. I get it. Sorry, I have a little rant.
No, I agree in a lot of ways. I really like this scene too. I do think it's him tempting God. I think it comes a little bit more from a side of I do think he's still denying God in this scene, given the way he ends it. I think he ends it by saying, because he challenges. He says, give me, show me, blah blah blah. Basically saying, and I think this is the relatable part, and a lot of what you might be referencing there too, Stasis. Obviously, yours from a more military background, but I think even a lot of us in general, when we go through some really hard things in life, things that just seem brutally unfair, whether it be loss or loss of people we love, loss of opportunity, loss of finances, whatever it might be. Everybody, I think, or a lot of people come to a point where they have kind of these conversations where it's like, they feel cheated, and they feel that if there is a God, then why is this God cheating me type of thing? Why are you putting me in these kind of like crappy spots, all that stuff. So that kind of combatant relationship with trying to figure out if you do exist, then why are you doing this to me, or show me that you do exist type of thing. So just from a human standpoint, I think it's a really relatable scene. I think the way that he ends it, because I think a lot of people when they get in those moments want that strike me down to show me that immediate sign of something to show me that you're real. And when it doesn't happen, immediately he goes back to that exactly what I thought. I'm out here in the rain talking to myself. God doesn't exist type of thing. That's where I think the character leaves off that scene, which I think is brilliant how it leads into the next portion, which is actually the scene where we see them doing the bank. And, everything seems hunky dory. Everybody's, hanging out back at the prison. Then in comes, maybe it's the walking guard, comes in to say, hey, Luke, come with me. We got a message hands him the message, finds out his mother died. And then Luke just reads the message, doesn't outwardly, respond emotionally, just kind of quietly puts it down, walks over to his bunk, picks up the banjo, and then starts singing that song that I believe is a religious in nature. I couldn't think of the name of it, but it seemed religious in nature.
It's late 1920s, 30s thing. I knew it.
Everything about that kind of felt to me like him saying, oh shit, you do exist, and this was the way you showed me the sign.
I liked it.
Who were very religious.
But I like it because like how they it's a scrap piece of paper, like your mum's dead, and that's probably it. It's just your mother
passed away, right?
That's it. No, nothing else. It's just like mum dead.
Just very matter of fact, and he just
and they just throw it and he puts it down.
And it's almost like immediately he realizes, oh shit, okay.
So and it's blatantly, and it's an evening. It's like they're probably going off the chow, but like they let him do what is probably only allowed on Saturdays. They let him pick up his banjo,
right?
And literally he does it very softly. The first couple of verses of Plastic Jesus, and then that second verse, it just goes a little bit stronger. It goes into it, and I like that. But everybody else is like everybody else.
Yeah, they clear the room.
They clean the room. They back off. They just let him have his moment. And I think it's then the next day is the captain, and this is showing. This is where the movie turns. Let's say that. And it turns because it shows of them being an arse. Now, I'm guessing today is most people get to have time off to go to their relative's funeral if they're in prison, unless they're there is seriously something wrong.
No, you don't. You don't. Not even in prison today. You do not get.
Really?
Once you're in, you do not come out, and that's why, almost all prisons have a hospital,
Yeah.
and there you do not come out at all.
Mm.
There no. No, there's no, like, it's not like, you can think of, like, in the military, you would get timeout to do that, but not in prison. You would not.
It's still in every state. Okay, that's completely
Yep,
different to yeah. Okay,
correct.
so so and the captain announces that once I think they're going off to their day thing, aren't they? They're about to go off, and he's kind of goes, there are men who because of their mother, blah 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 kind of thing, like that they may run away. They may have
basically
they
the
run away.
grieving
He
that
says
makes them run away.
they will have a moment. They want to go and see their funeral. So to stop it, we need to put you in. We're going to put you in the box. That is it. So he calls him out, and they put him in the box. And you can see, though, in the previous scene, there was respect. There didn't seem to be love with his mother. Let's say that. And this one is they put him in, and they keep him in. Let's say that there's a couple of days and it goes past and they're waiting for the funeral. So everybody keeps on, like, when they come back, oh, he's still in there, and it literally it breaks him in a way of like, they are never gonna treat me right. They're not gonna let me do it. And then to me, you got 2 years. So how long has he been in there when it's happened?
It doesn't feel like he's been in long at this
point. No. That's the thing. The
Not
movie,
very, yeah.
no, the
They don't
movie
tell
feels
you.
like months, not even 6 months.
I don't think it is.
No.
They don't tell you when he goes in, but the next scene is 4th of July. So
Yeah.
there's been some time.
Mm.
It's hard in Florida because you don't really get the different seasons. So you don't know that, if he came in the winter or, when he came in. But it just hit me just now that this is our second prison type film
The
with
4th
a
of July.
prison
Yeah,
break
I noticed it while I was watching.
and celebrating the 4th of July in a
Yep.
prison.
I
Yeah.
did that. I noticed that. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
noticed it
The
as
other
it
one was The Great Escape, people.
Yeah. Yeah. If you haven't seen our review of The Great Escape, for those in chat, please go see our review of The Great Escape.
Yeah.
We do find, like, the wheel of film is interesting because many of the films that have that we've been blessed with by the wheel of film have had some kind of interconnection, and here we are again in a prison on 4th of July.
I did giggle to myself. My my girlfriend did actually say, "Didn't you do one with the?" I was like, "Yes,
I just did this.
Yes, yeah, we did. Yeah."
And it was, I want to say, no, was Great Escape 67 or 63? 67, I think.
It was in mid-60s. Yeah, it was
so
60s,
just about the same time.
Hang on.
So.
Yeah.
Let me go to the list.
may not have
always have a list for these things.
It may have just been coincidence.
I'm gonna go 66. I'm gonna 66.
I want to say 67.
Okay, I'm on the list. 63.
63. I knew it was either 63 or 67. I couldn't remember.
But we did have another. Oh no, we didn't. Okay, we did have I was going to say we had another 60s. No, those are our 60s. So 60,
Okay.
63.
So maybe there was a little copy.
Is our earliest film. So The Great Escape is the earliest film that we've
really
reviewed
so far, Jay.
So far, and then No Country, obviously.
But then, Jay, you said, sorry, I'm going to break up. You said you don't watch many old films, so this is
This was one of the few that I had watched. This was actually, before The Great Escape, the only movie I'd seen from the 60s.
There you go. And was it because it was American? But was it because it is American based that it was more relevant, or was it why? Was it family?
No, honestly, it was just the like I said, it was the cousin of mine who who kind of opened my my movie going or my movie watching kind of library. It was him who recommended it a bunch. I think I was like 14, 15 at the time, right in the early high school years. And then a buddy of mine who's a good friend of mine to this day was also like, "Oh, did you ever see this movie Cool Hand Luke?" And then when he said it, I was like, "Oh, maybe my cousin's onto something." So I ended up watching it and I just loved it.
Okay. So cool. So after this, we've got the break. Let's just say that this is the break in the movie of Cool Hand Luke.
Right.
Let's
I have to imagine that the death of his mother, topped off with them treating him by putting him in the box, is the real big kind of changing point in his character.
Now, I don't think the death of the mother was. I think he was upset, and I think it's the treatment. Yeah, I think if they let him go out because he was ready to work, he wasn't moaning. He had his moment, but I don't think in any walls he was. Yeah, he was a bit down. It's your mum, but he's ready to go out to work. He's ready. He's not moaning. Nothing's been said. He's not said anything to anybody else. What's shown in the movie might be different to the book, but he's ready to work, and they just go putting you out. But it's just a just in case moment,
right?
And I think that's what pisses him off because, and of course, he's headstrong. They leave him in there.
Yeah, he does pretty much the whole workday because he kind of hears them counting off as they leave and then counting off as they come back. And then there was a little line in there that I thought was really good where when he's initially being put in the box, one of the guards that's walking him to it is like, oh, I'm going to say a prayer for your mother. Obviously, this guy's religious because he comes up later on to ask why he's lost faith or questions faith. But this God is like, I want to say a prayer for your mother, blah, 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 all this stuff. And he gets him into the box finally. And he says something along the lines of like, Luke, I hope you don't take this personal. I'm just doing my job here. And Luke's kind of like, saying that it's your job doesn't make it right type of thing. So you can tell at this point, it's really like, it is the treatment that's really kind of turning Luke towards his time of being here.
Yeah, he's really like, because he doesn't even look at him. He just puts his hands up. He's like, like you are doing it. And the captain said to do it, but
it doesn't absolve you of your part to play.
It doesn't. Like you could have said, guys, this like he's okay. Like he's not like like there's people and they're like I might be one of them. Like you're not close to your mum, whatever for certain reasons to your family, blah blah blah. To have that kind of like it's anybody, and it's like that, and they put him in the box or like they different circumstances. So, like, the captain just go, no, everybody, they're all the same. Everybody is the same. And it's proven that Cool Hand Luke is better on the road, I suppose you want to do. He's the hard worker. He gets everybody motivated. And then to go, no. And then to go, what they should have, I think they should have seen is on the road of the difference of, like, morale. If they showed that scene of, like, them missing Luke, it would have things, and then them going back is like when they're more doing stuff to Luke is like the show. Oh, that's got a difference of a different set in the bunker. I suppose like in the cabin. But so we got this. They come back. They do like. Is it like sorry, now they've got they bring out Luke straight away? Sorry, I'm gonna have to like
when they come back, they bring Luke, they get Luke out of the box, and then we jump to the 4th of July celebration. And while they're doing the 4th of July celebration, Luke's cutting the hole in the flooring of the cabin.
And they think he's just being antisocial, he's depressed. They're trying to, at least in the book, they're trying to sing louder and cheer, near his window because they're trying to cheer him up, not realizing he's cutting a hole in the floor.
But in the way it plays out in the movie seems to be like at least Dragline and Coco are in on it because as the walking guard comes in to kind of settle the room down for the night, they distract him with reading pages out of what seems to be like a romance.
It's very much a Great Escape.
Dirty novel.
When the Great Escape, they get the chorus. We're digging a hole. And they get the Welshman
distraction.
They sing the choruses of a Christmas song, and it's just like we're gonna sing louder. And it seemed like in the movie, it seemed like that. It was we're singing louder. We're doing a distraction. The walking man. Oh, here, look at. Can you read this part of the passage? It's a little bit dirty, and even when he starts reading the dirty passage, they're like, "Oh no! You're coming up to the best bit. Coming up to the bit. Keep going, Yeah, don't really. Yeah. So
In the
yeah,
book,
it
you
did
don't
seem
know
like it.
he's digging. They don't know he's digging a hole. In
Okay.
the book, they when he pries up the board and jumps in, I think Coco or whomever jumps in after him. He's just surprised, and he just takes his chance. Okay, well, somebody dug a hole. I'm going. But they don't know what he was up to.
Interesting, because I actually kind of like the way that they played in the book. Obviously, I think the book way seems a little bit more realistic than this whole big for song and dance type of distraction. But I do think it plays off a little bit better in the movie being done that way with the group distraction
Possibly
and all that.
influenced by The Great Escape.
That's
Now
kind of
that
what
I
I was
think about
wondering. Yeah,
it,
kind of what I was wondering myself,
it
and
was
I'm
a
like,
few years
I wonder
earlier.
if they saw that it played well in the storytelling of that movie, so maybe switch it up and make it similar in this one.
Yeah, because there's even a point where the other guy he tries to jump and he gets captured straight away, doesn't he? Like, yeah, he doesn't get anyway. And then they're like one out. What they call it in the bush, don't they? They call it in the bush.
One in the bush,
one in the
one in the
bush,
box,
one in the bush,
one in the
box,
bush.
one in the bush. Yep.
Yeah, so that's it. So they got out, and he's
send them dogs. Get them dogs out.
So literally, this is the first escape. Literally, there you go.
Right on cue. Right on cue.
Great timing. Well done.
You practiced that.
Good
Good
job,
boy.
buddy.
Yeah. So the dogs are after, as we can hear, and he's they got his clothing and they go for him. And literally, I mean, they make out in the movie that it's been a while. He's running for a while. They don't give the time difference by day and night, but it seems like he's been running for weeks. It's like that, if that is the best way to perceive it. But in timescale of what it looks like, it doesn't look like weeks. So that's it really frustrates me because it seems like
days in the book.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get that far because you kind of where he gets to is, he gets to the small town, the small kind of depressed town where he ends up. But it's just a few days. But yeah, they certainly show him, over hill, over dale, through the wood, over the river and through the woods and across the lake and where everything else. Yeah. In the book, it was more introspective while he was running, talking about how he was extraordinarily careful they kind of showed it in the film, like he would run in big circles to confuse the dogs, and then he would like jump over fences and then come back, and the dogs, want to go in a straight line. So they're never going to catch up to him because in a sense he's behind the dog. They go into that quite a bit in the book about how his mind is working, which obviously in film you're just going to have to see where he's running and what he's doing.
Yeah, I think they showed that on jumping apart, spoilers, the second escape. They think they showed that more than in the first escape. The first escape is more boom, 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 and they get there and then they capture him. They don't really now I think it's the second escape, but this is they bring him back quite early. Everybody's a bit buoyant about like he's escaped, but he's back quite early. And then is this they break him?
No, I believe the break is after the second escape attempt.
Okay.
Yes, so because when he's the water boy, he's got the double chains on.
Yeah. So he comes back. He then sorry, you got the sorry.
So me. He comes back. First comes back the dog guy.
Yeah.
With obviously the dog Blue died and he breaks one of the dogs. I think we skipped this, breaks off from the
That's why I think it's like weeks, not days, like because he brings it back and he's
the dog he kept running. The dog wouldn't stop running. The dog ran for days and he ran his heart out. That's exactly how it was in the book.
Yep, because he broke away from the handler who would have kind of stopped him and reeled him back in. So that happens first, and then when we see Luke come back, it's actually at the road gang's work for the day. So they bring him right back, and when they take him out of the car, he's covered in dirt and mud from the running around. He goes right back to the road gang who's already working for the day. They put on his shackles, and essentially kind of just toss him down the little hill that, you know, leads to where the guys are clearing out the brush.
Now, this is the bit where the captain is one of the, I love this.
This is the iconic line.
What we have failure to communicate.
Yep, this is failure to communicate. This is, to me, probably the second most or equally as iconic.
Now, anybody, okay, now I love this because I was probably more into the song Civil War by Guns N' Roses. Because they have what you got here is failure to communicate. So, man, you just can't read. So you get what we had here last week, which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. I don't like it any more than any other man. I love that.
It's a great scene because you know, even in this scenario, Paul Newman's Luke is still being a smart ass because he you know, because the warden says all that, you know, if he wants it, he gets it. And immediately Luke says, you know, I wish you'd stop being so nice, so good to me. And at that point, the warden, you know, beats him with whatever the hell he's got in his hand.
But that's what I was saying, like, about this earlier, about this movie. They have that popular culture moments that is in a very iconic, like, Civil War. I think it's probably one of the best Guns N' Roses songs of all time. But like, that is like one of those, like, oh, they introduced it. And there's other bits like in pop culture that is introduced. The movie is to be literally iconic status. It's like Halloween, iconic status. Not the greatest movie, iconic status. And like that. But this, there are that scene. I love it. But then when you see it, is it because this scene, I think it shows how slimy the captain is. Because the guy's broken. He's like, he just gives him a little, but I need to show you off. And then he has to give
it's a matter of power.
I need to give you the speech. The speech. I need to give you the speech. Yeah, like
it's for Newman's character, it's for the rest of the inmates.
Yeah.
And then that little show of power for, you know, beating him for the snide remark that he makes is because, you know, maybe if you made that one-on-one, I'd let it slide, but you just did it in front of all these prisoners too. There's no shot that I can let that slide.
But that's what I would like to have seen in the movie, is them to be like, have another character break out, and then him to give the kind of the same remark. Like, and he's just like, it's his routine. This is what we say.
Yeah,
this is what we do. Right. You know, like that. And if he
kinda
did it like
preaching, you would get a preaching too.
Yeah, it's like, you know, because it is. How he says it, he's a very preacher. You know, what we got here is failure to communicate. It's like that. Like, whoever's going to say that, and that sticks. We will stick in the mind of Cool Hand Luke to the end. It's like that. You think I can't understand what you're saying. I've completely understood what you're saying. And we get right to the end, but we'll get to that in the end. But yeah, so we got that. He kicks him down.
Hang on. This speech is not in the book.
Oh, isn't it? Oh,
written only for the film, not in the book.
Well, credit to the writers then. I really like that.
I love this. Yeah, because I like it. I do like it. It's a very iconic. It stands out.
Oh yeah, it's the line of the movie, I think.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah, it's literally boom, to the point, bang. Ooh, yeah. So we've got
from here.
Is this the break? Oh, sorry,
no. This is you're on point.
Yeah, breaking
breakout number 2. This is so immediately when he comes back. Obviously, there's that interaction and that speech from the warden or captain, and he just goes back to the line with the other guys, and they're kind of eating lunch. You know, and they're all asking him like, how far'd you get? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, only about 1.5 miles, which I thought watching it, I'm like, damn, only 1.5 miles. It seemed like at least he was gone for like 12 hours, maybe a couple days. So I thought it was weird that it was only 1.5 miles. But then when you kind of figure out the, you know, kind of what Sandy, you were alluding to, the running in circles, the mixing up the path and all that, I could kind of see a little bit more how maybe that's where they were going for with the only having made it 1.5 miles. But in general, he's just kind of telling the guys how it went, how far he got, all that kind of stuff, which is all kind of insignificant. But the main part of this scene is you see him towards the end of it wrapping his fingers with a piece of cloth, a long piece of cloth string. I don't know where he pulls it from, possibly clothing. I wish they explained a little bit more where it came from, because it's a rather long piece of string, so I'm not sure what clothing he would have gotten it from.
It might have just been somewhere on the work truck. Like,
Yeah,
here's what I
I
was
didn't know
thinking.
where it came from,
You're
'cause
gonna
it's
use a
pretty
plumb
long.
line to make a
Mhm.
straight line, and maybe they're
Ah,
using the rope to
maybe.
make a straight
Yep,
line.
fair enough. That's one of the more logical things I can think of, because it did seem a little odd that this, long piece of twine, yarn, string, whatever it is, came out of nowhere. Um, but he starts, slowly wrapping it around his finger, and that's supposed to be the kind of, last shot of that scene that we see. Obviously, he's planning something again. And from there, pretty immediately, it goes right into the second prison escape. So
I'm putting it here, boss. I'm putting it, boss.
So
You go in the bush to do your thing. You
yep,
gotta
I'm
you
putting
gotta
it,
keep
boss.
shaking the bush so they know
I'm
you're
putting
there.
it, boss. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and he takes advantage of the cop, the god that's the religious one that put him in the box, that was saying, sorry for it and all that. He kind of takes advantage of his niceness and goes up to him, asks him, hey, like, I think this is where the god's asking him why he lost faith or whatever it is. And he asks him, can I go to the bathroom? The god says, yeah, just make sure you're shaking the leaves in the bush so that we know that you're there. And he makes his way over, and a few of the guys are yelling at him, make sure he's, shaking the leaves, and they're shooting shots at him. The man in black there, whatever the hell his name is, I can't think of it. He's shooting a few
Godfrey.
shots in the area to
Lost
make
Godfrey.
sure that he's being true to the rules and shaking the bush. And then the bush stops shaking for a minute, and the guards run over, and then we find out that string that he was storing away was so that he could tie it to the branch of the bush, so that he could get a little bit of a head start and still kind of pull on it, shaking it, before they realized that he was gone for his second escape.
This scene made no sense because of the book, and I'm going to explain why. The book is so brutally graphic, and even in the prison camp, even in the cabin, their latrines are fully exposed. They're just in the open, just like in American prisons. Your toilet is right there in the room. Everyone can see. Everyone sees what everyone is doing at all times. And in the book, the only reason he had to go into the bush, because they'd done everything else completely out in the open, the only reason he had to go into the bush is because on this road there was a traffic jam and there were cars and they were looking. So he had to go in the bush because there were people. And by the way, the book goes into, again, the whole eyeballing thing. You couldn't look at cars. You couldn't look at people in cars. If the men did get, just a little glance of a woman in a car, then, that was a big deal and they'd make a big deal out of it. But in this scene, I guess they didn't have to because it wasn't so graphic, obviously, in the film. But they made a big deal in the book about everything being out in the open. But that's why there had to be this shake in the bushes thing, because he had to go in the bushes because there was traffic, there were cars, there were people watching on the side of the road. So you couldn't just do your thing on the side of the road.
That's it. Like in the film, they are doing literally rural. Literally, there's
there's nobody around,
and it sounded like a couple of accounts that you say, Sandy. They are near towns. They near intersections. They are more in a populated area than like literally. I say like the only scene they ever give when anybody goes past is the Lucille. Gives a
Which
bit
is
of a
why that is still out of
yeah,
place, right?
yeah.
Because
right.
you wouldn't, even if you're in rural America, in a town, the houses are very close to the street, but in the farmland, the farm buildings are way off the road. Like, there wouldn't be a gal washing her washing her car that close to the road in the rural area. I hate that word, is always difficult for me.
Rural,
Rural
yeah.
area.
Same.
It's a heck of a word. So that was a little off too.
Eastern bloody America can't say no.
Well, if we were down south, it would just be rural. It'd just be one syllable, rural.
Rural. So I actually am not a fan of this scene. And
No.
when I was younger, I used to like it more, but rewatching it today, it comes off as wanting to be more clever than it is, because it actually doesn't really make a ton of sense. One, from the aspect of that, which you just pointed out, which would be they really wouldn't have you go hide behind a bush to use the bathroom. Guards are never going to
be watching you.
Yeah, they're never going to take their eyes off you. They're not going to rely on you to shake a leave to be the way that they know that you're there. So even if they wanted you to go behind a bush for the sake of getting some privacy from like everybody that's out there, one guard would have gone with them at the very least because they're keeping an eye on you. So that alone didn't make sense to me. Two, then it feels like it wants to be this clever little prison attempt, breakout attempt, with the fact that he was able to find, string or whatever so easily. So much so that they don't even really explain, me and Sandy and I don't know if you were listening today, so if you had to step away, we were just kind of using our own headcanon to make sense of where it just came from.
Where the string comes
from.
Yeah,
so like anytime you have to use headcanon to that degree, I already feel like, you wanted to be clever, but you didn't think it through.
Yeah,
the last part
I always think he got it like out of bed sheets or something. It was like manufactured or something like that. I didn't get it out of the vans. It was purposely, but then they could have done it like I say like another movie, Clint Eastwood, Alcatraz, where they kind of like they do that kind of like that slow, like we're going to escape. We're going to show you little bits, and that's where it's come from. But they don't. It's twine. And then it becomes into twine. It's like 4 meters.
I could have maybe bought into that idea if they didn't have this scene take place right when he comes back from his first escape. If there was a moment of him going back to the camp and preparing, that'd be one thing. But the fact that it happens immediately upon his return makes me think like, it would have taken too much prep in order to get a piece of string even that long. But that actually leads me into my other point of why I don't love this scene. I don't think it's as clever as it is that the string's like maybe 10 feet long. You got a 10-foot running head start? What kind of a head start? Yeah, it's like, what kind of head start is it? That's especially when you're considering dogs and vehicles that these guys have. That's nothing. It wanted to
you're going to see
clever,
the bush movement, right? Like some twig, something like
it doesn't make sense. It wants to be this clever little escape plan, and it just kind of falls flat in terms of logic across the board for me. And I never really picked up on it until this watch through.
His mom's died, so he's not thinking straight now. That's kind of what I think. But you're right; it's clumsy, and it doesn't make too much sense. It is, like I said, it is in the book. It's in the book, but it's in the book for a reason because of the traffic, and maybe he grabbed. It doesn't say where he got the string from.
That makes it make more sense.
Have to look and see where he got the string from. Now I'm curious. Now I'm going to have to find out where he got the string from.
So we've now got, because this is he putting chains now? Is he running?
So he's already in. This is this whole escape takes place in his first set of chains.
Yeah. So this is where, European like idiocy. This is where where not just the dialogue, the accents confuse you, is where they went, because he goes into I don't know the correct.
It's a settlement. The correct. It's probably.
Yeah, I don't know where. Whatever you're gonna call it. It's a very
allotment or a settlement. Yep.
There's a I guess an N word that you don't want to pronounce now. That is a settlement that are literally segregated from everybody else. It's horrid. It's down like there's beaten up cars that don't work. There's like nothing there. There's like, it's basically like it's a horrid, let's say, like if you go like an estate, but it's not. There's got a few like shanty bits, and he goes through the area, and he comes across two very innocent boys. Yep. This is it, and then like I do like this scene. I think the interaction is really good, and he plays them off. He's like, "Do you have a? Oh, you can't handle an axe. Oh yeah, you got whatever it is. I'll go get it. We'll go get it then." And they go like play that. I think it's really good. It's a very sweet scene, and he plays it off. And then of course when the kid comes back with the axe,
he's dragging it behind. He's trying so hard to look manly.
And he's like, "Yeah, I can hold it." And he's like that, and he's like, "No, kid, I better take care of it." I
love that.
The kid, and I love it how the kid goes back.
Good actor. Like, that kid was a good actor.
It's
because of what happens after. The kid goes, but behind him, behind a barrel, and gets really upset. And I love that. He's like,
and that's a genuine response
and I'm like,
for a kid.
Yeah, that kind of kid, that age, would be like, I told you I could do it. You wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just kind of impressing you, and it's a good
It
scene.
felt very real.
Yeah, and then and then he tells the other kid like, "Have you got any chili powder?" Yeah. And I love that. And he's like, "I got screwed over with the hounds the last time. What might put him off the scent? I know, chili powder." So he's already got it in his head that this is a plan. So then, and the kid goes, "Yeah, I got chili powder," and he goes off, and he goes off, gets the chili powder, and puts it back. And I find that the whole scene is sweet to watch, but it also puts perspective of not being rude, but like the time of America that it was.
The haves and have-nots. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
The politest word, yes, is like, it shows the two divisions, and it just does. It's like he's gone into that area. You might think you've got it bad. Look around you. Look around you.
This scene is very sweet, as you've mentioned, but I can't remember if they did it in the film, but I feel like it missed. It definitely missed. So in the book, before he gets to the little kids, he hears the singing in the church. And
okay, yeah,
there's a church, there's a small shack. It doesn't look like a church. But the African American community at this time in the United States is really held together by their strong families and their faith, and which turns into amazing music and dance, which eventually, long story short, becomes rock and roll. But really and truly, that impacts him in the book. He's hearing the music and the church. So again, that religious element, I think, was absent in this scene, in this set of scenes, where it was very strongly portrayed in the book.
That would have been a great element to do if he went past, like, I'm guessing it would have been a gospel church of just literally ran. Yep. And literally that, like, he could have ran or whatever, and then just had that 2 seconds and ran on. Literally, that one scene would have really killed it like that. And then you had two young kids. Why aren't they at church? It would have made sense. It would have been, because the only other person you see is a really old grandma who's really just putting out some clothes on the washing line. That's it. So,
well, you had choir practice all day long.
Yeah.
And there are multiple scenes in the book where they're working in small towns, and there's comment on hearing the singing in the church. It's not just this scene. There are other scenes too that, again, these were absent from the film. But it is a really cute scene. I don't know if I buy the dogs, getting their snouts full of pepper. It is in the book, but it's in the book with him running with a bag of pepper or something, peppercorns, and kind of dropping it along the way as he goes. It's not, it's not looks like a gas station, a service station, or general store, or whatever it is. So it's done a little differently, but that important part is missing.
But yeah, again, let's go a little bit, skip forward. Like, again, he gets easily captured. We don't see how he gets captured, but he gets brought back. This time he gets marched straight into the box, kind of thing.
Yep.
I think that, yeah. And
doesn't he get a beating first? I think this is his first beating.
Is this the beating?
Oh, maybe it's in the book and not here. Okay.
Yeah, in
the book,
don't show me. No, because he's kind of in the movie. He just looks exhausted. He just
just looks really tired.
The third one, we go on to, like, he looks beaten, but this is, he just looks tired. I must say, he just looks like he's been going on like long. They've had is this the longest part? Is this the magazine?
Well, the next escape is the magazine, because he's been gone.
Okay. No, I think this was the magazine, actually, because I think on the second escape, he gives the magazine because when he comes back and they break him, I think one of them rips up the magazine because they're kind of ashamed of him at this point.
Yeah. So he's been gone. I'm guessing it must be months.
It has to be because in order to get that made in that time, it would have taken quite a bit of time to do.
They are now like the rest of the, I suppose, the road gang are like, he did it. He is the one who did it. He's the one
stories.
telling stories. Like dragline is back of he's my boy. He was my boy. You know, oh yeah, you know, like that. And they like, and then he gets a magazine that he's like, and in the what we've previously messed, he cannot read. He has to get every. What's this say? What's that say?
Yeah.
So, and then like that, it's 1950s. Like that's normal. You know, kind of a lot of people could not have the.
That's true.
To things. So that is, I like that. It was on point. You know, he's a beef. That's what he did. So he got other people to read, and then he got a magazine. And they're like, "What? Who sent me this?" And I think it's under. Why would that person send me this?
Like, kind of like, oh, I got an uncle. Why would my uncle send me?
Yeah. And then he kind of flipped through it, and then there's a page where there is Cool Hand Luke, as we know him now, and he's got like he's in a like I suppose
like a bar or a lounge.
Yeah, kind of like a fancy bar, and he's got what of course they would revere is like there's two women hanging off him, and like
girl on each
well, I'm a good-looking guy. I have two good-looking ladies like on me, so he's like that, and then what? That's it. This is my boy. They're my boy. Look what my boy did, and he gets like so excited of like you know he makes it out like it was the escape. Everything was his idea. This is my boy. This is what I can do.
A proud parent. Too much credit for a kid's success type of thing.
100%. So he gets really excited of the whole situation until he comes back. And he's literally gets kind of like I said, like he looks exhausted. They're all excited. There's one of us got away. At least one of us did it. The one of us. And then literally, I can't remember if they're working at the time or whatever they're doing, but it's kind of very innocent of like they just kind of drag him in and just take him straight to the box. And they're like, ooh, and they're all like kind of watching. And then I think it's
deflating for them. Like they're like, oh, we're never gonna get out of here.
Yeah, we like even if we think about it, we're not gonna think about it. And then I think it is the next day, or I can't remember, it's in the same scene, is like in the morning, they kind of have it can't remember what he's doing. I like honestly, but then there's the scene with the two different counts of one boss, and then the other boss is like, why is your dirt doing him somebody's yard or something like that, isn't it?
So one quick thing before we jump to that is that is the next scene. I have to point out the magazine makes no sense to me. I don't understand how he's had this made, how he's had it delivered from Georgia when he should be in the same state, because he couldn't have gotten that far, because I think he says he didn't get that far. And I just at that time period, like it's not like they had Photoshop. I don't understand how the picture was made.
I don't think it's in the magazine. I think he's bought the magazine and then flipped in a photo. So I always believed it was that.
But they never removed the photo from the magazine. Anytime they look for
it was stitched. It was stitched in. Yeah.
Okay, so stitched in.
They're hiding it. It is a separate photo.
That can clarify some of it, but I still just don't understand how the photo was made. Like
train. He took a train. He hopped on a train when he escaped this time. And this is again where a big chunk of the book is missing.
Okay, yeah, because there's something that's just not, because when he comes back to the prison, he's already still in his prison, the same number 37 prison clothes. They're beat up, they're dirty. So like, I couldn't understand at what point he got into this suit and took this picture, did this whole thing, and then got back into the same exact prison clothes. This whole scene just did not make sense to me.
So take the prison clothes out of your mind. Maybe they put him in the clothes when they got him. Okay. So in the book, He has gotten far away, and it's been a long time.
Okay.
So he's taken a train. He's gotten a job.
Oh, really?
He's gotten some side jobs. He's made some money. He's stolen some clothes. He's bought some clothes. He actually has a place to live. He's been gone
Okay.
for a while. It's been months.
Yeah, this is
And
not mentioned at all in the movie.
yeah, I mean, he's not on the straight and narrow for sure. He got picked up for something stupid. Oh, he stole a car. He did steal a car. He stole a car, and when he switched the license tags, what he didn't know was that in Georgia, the license plates are specific to the kind of car you drive. And
Mhm.
because the plates he stole didn't match the car he was driving, he was picked up at
Mhm.
a stoplight, and then they ran his,
Mm.
information and his fingerprints, and they found out who he was and returned him. So yeah, he's gone for a long time. And in the book, you get to hear about all his adventures. And obviously we don't in the
Interesting.
film. Yeah.
Yeah, see, to me, the movie kind of butchers that whole side of the story. They
It
left
was a
too much
long book
out of
though.
it.
It was a
Yeah,
long
fair
book.
enough. I know they have to cut some things, but to kind of include that picture and that side of things, it just I think a problem throughout the movie is on, and one that I didn't notice till this watch is the assessing of time frames. They just don't really make
Yes.
time frames clear enough. And especially with this portion of it, it just comes off as very, very confusing because it seems like this is all taking place within like a week's time in terms of when they catch him and bring him back. And the fact that he comes back in the exact same number 37 prison clothes to me is something they shouldn't have done in terms of they should have brought him back
Mhm.
in the whatever normal civilian clothes he would have been in. And then if they put him back into number 37 clothes, that's fine. But with him coming back in the prison clothes that he left in, just the whole thing just confused me.
Yeah,
It
that's why
seems a
I
little bit
think
sloppy in
there
terms of how they
is
decided to tell
the
it.
two different Prison Break movies we've seen so far. There may be more,
Mhm.
but Great Escape is over years.
Mhm.
But the film does it well to make you not feel like it
Right.
needs to be years.
And but you
This
can at least tell
needs
the passage of time that they go for in
yes,
that one.
yeah.
Yep.
Even this doesn't. It seems like it's weeks or months.
Yeah.
That is it. There's not that big time scale of what your brain goes, well, how that that that
And
that
and on
that
top of that, you can never tell, was this a week? Was this a month? Was this a day? So that, you know what I mean? Like they don't really
yeah,
give enough way to at least have an idea of, oh, well, this must have been at least a couple weeks. It's kind of
yeah.
like I genuinely can't tell if that was a week, a month, a day, half a day, 12 hours.
Mhm.
Like
And there's no
they just
seasons in
yeah,
Florida.
they just
Yeah.
don't define, like they don't have to define it exactly to say this was March 3rd to June, whatever. But they could have just done a slightly better job at defining, like, no, this took place over maybe a 24-hour, 48-hour period. This was a couple weeks. This was maybe a month. Like it really stuck out in this part that they didn't describe the passage of
Well,
time.
they could have done like introduce Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas,
Yeah,
Well,
and
they did
then
4th of
like
anything.
July.
4th of July, 4th of July. That is it. 4th
We
of
always
July.
get
That
4th
is
of
it.
July.
But that's it. But if they're going to go for the Florida, you got hurricane season. Don't know where it
Mhm.
was, but you're gonna have that. Like now, look at it.
It's now,
Like
yeah.
that, you
Right
could have
now.
It's
you had
always
one
hurricane
really
season.
rainy season,
Yeah,
so you
that
could
too.
you could have the hot and then the muddy, the cold, like that.
Mhm.
You know, there was no point when they're struggling with like clearing the roads, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. So like there's like it's always dusty, it's always kind of clean. I know that's probably because of where they shot it. It was the same time period. But they could have made it where they're like trudging through the mud, like trying to clear all
Yeah.
this thing. That would have been more interesting. It would have been like, we've got to do what we've done, but there's certain days where it's literally easier. Instead of it seems like, with that what they're using is just like it's dusty, it's
Yeah,
things. That's why
minus the one rainstorm. It's like the same
yeah,
visual every day.
yeah. So as I was saying, it felt like it wasn't that East Coast. It was more like what we get like in, like a drier state,
Mhm.
like that.
Mhm.
It felt like that. But
Now,
so,
speaking of prison breaks, I do want to mention, yes, because we have watched 2 films about a prison break, and both of which this element is factual and it makes no sense. But in both cases, yes, the escapees keep being returned to the same prison. That is factual, but that makes no sense. Why would you keep returning the prisoners to the groups of people that they have this camaraderie with and these ideas about escape, you would break them up, right? But
Mhm.
that doesn't happen even in real life. And in the book, in the parts that were drawn from real stories, yeah, the escapees keep coming back to the same camp. Why? Why are they bringing them
Like,
back to the same
Right.
place? It
yeah,
makes
but
no
it's like when we
sense.
said about the Great Escape, they put all the greatest
Yeah.
escapees in the same
Which is
prison.
not smart,
Most
is
talented
it?
escape artists.
Yeah,
Jeez Louise. I just,
yeah.
there's not, and plus, also, when you think about it, you're going back to the place where you may have already figured out some of the
Mhm.
ways to escape, right? You already
Right.
have the lay of the
The
land, you know
weaknesses.
where the river is and where the
Yeah, the
fences are.
weaknesses,
What the
the
heck?
people you
Like,
can corrupt, the people think you got
Right.
the lay of the land, you know what's
yeah.
west, what's east, blah
I
blah
mean,
blah.
even just from like an overall government standpoint too, if you feel like, not if you feel like, if you've got a prison that's got, let's say 40 to 50 prisoners, and you've already got a set of chains on, let's just say a third of the prisoners there. Like at some point, the government's gonna be like, "Who's
Not
running this
working.
place? What are you
Yeah,
guys
Not
doing?
working.
How do these guys keep trying to escape?" It's that something would be done to kind
Yep.
of change what's going on over there.
but the thing is, I think there's a different era is where I'm guessing in those kind of it's a county state prison run, and there's a lot of bribery. There's a lot of people
Oh,
that
sure.
shouldn't be in the
Yeah,
job
for
that
sure.
are in the job. Uncles, cousins have got their position because they're in there, not that they've, a little bit of a dumbness kind of thing. They can't run a state job. Oh my God, give them a prison job.
Mhm.
It's
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be that kind of. It's a backwards, little bit of backwards America. Let's say that you kind of get from like Waterboy or something like that. Hello, kind of things like that. Yeah. It's going to be there, unfortunately, but I think that's the time where, like, your sheriff got elected, but then the cousin that you slept with, your uncles who once walked the dog, who met your sister once, is now your
Hmm.
deputy sheriff.
Like
Let's just put
old
it that.
Don in Casino, you got to give
Yeah,
him the
Yeah.
slot
Yeah.
manager. Don't you know who I am?
Right.
You
yeah,
can't do this to
And then
me.
when he's incompetent, it becomes, can't you just stick him somewhere? He's not
Just
gonna, harm anything. So
yeah,
yeah, fair enough.
exactly. So yeah, you're gonna have that. It's like, but like you're gonna have like the wise boys who've been in there a while. Who knows what to do in this
Mhm.
like kind of environment? But yeah, and I think at this point it's he's been done twice, Luke, and at this point I still think he thinks he's the cool hand Luke.
Yeah. Yep. He's still very much, his he's a different cool hand Luke than the original one. Obviously, at this point now, he's more focused on escaping than he was in the beginning, where he was just satisfied with doing out his time. But he still hasn't been broken, so to speak, as
Mm.
he will be in these next coming scenes.
Yeah, but I think like also in the is it my vision of it or is it the movie? I always felt that he like okay, you had 2 years, then he might have put another 6 months on you for the first escape. That he is now arrogant. He is now getting
beyond
he thinks
reason.
he's
Yeah.
beyond like reason. I'm going to escape. I'm going to prove a point that I can escape. I'm going to prove it to not just to
So,
myself, but to the boys.
mhm.
I need to do that. So it
So
you can do whatever you want to me, but I'm going to prove it to the thing. So I found that a bit. Is that unrealistic or is that arrogance towards the
So
Luke
I
character?
I actually took it a little bit more in the sense of drawing back to that fight scene, the boxing scene,
Mm,
where it's more of just it as not so much arrogance as much as I'm gonna get out of here or you're gonna kill me in the process.
mm,
Like there's no in between. I'm not living. I've already determined that. Now, again, not out of arrogance so much as just because I don't think the fight was an arrogance thing either. I think it was a I'm not giving up type of thing. More so to his character than it is just that hubris. I think he
Mhm.
just looks at it as, hey, even in this fight, he's like, I'm not quitting. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing. You're either going to kill me by punching me out, or that's pretty much it because there's no other option for me here. And I view this one similarly, where this is more of I'm getting out of here. I'm not serving this full sentence one way or the other, whether it's you guys shooting me dead or me actually, succeeding on a breakout.
mm.
So
Yeah.
the quote here from the captain when they haul him back is, "You ran one time, you get yourself a set of chains. You ran twice, you got yourself 2 sets. You ain't going to need no third set because you're going to get your mind right. And I mean right. I think you only hear him talk about getting your mind right maybe once or maybe once or twice in the
I think at the
film.
beginning, yeah.
But in the book,
Yeah,
it's over and over and over again. You got your mind right yet, boy? You got your mind right yet? That is repeated over and over again in the book.
But I think it shows like the captain, he's a bit stupid. I always think like he's a bit of a simpleton, but he knows what to say. He gets the things, but he's like, I don't know how to run a place, but I know how to say what I need to say. And I think that comes across quite well. Is like his mannerisms of how he reacts to stuff is like very not proactive, it is reactive. Like,
Yep.
Everything
he knows how to show power, but not actually have power.
Yeah, he has nobody. So I'm guessing he can't. Like it's always I always found in like previously he's comes from like a family, and they've gone. Oh, he's the fifth son, and something went a bit. Yeah. He's not always there. He's not the athletic guy. He's not that. But we've got a bit of power. What can we give him? Oh, let's put him in charge of the county prison system. Yeah, nobody really cares.
Yeah, no, I could definitely kind of see that being the background to his character.
Yeah, but so now we've got I suppose like this is again like the boxing scenes. This has been scenes of it should have been more brutal than it was, and I'm hoping. Just because it's more intriguing, probably by novelization, that it was more brutal.
It was incredibly brutal in the book. It was very. Again, the whole book is very raw. Like I said, you read everything. Every detail of every bodily function of what they're going through. And yes, it is very brutal in the book, the kind of punishment that they subject him to. Again, and this is where some of the religious symbolism comes through as well, with some of the beatings, the box is a little different. I don't know if they're withholding food. I think they are withholding food from him, or he's refusing to eat, one or the other. But he's just constantly getting beaten. And at first he stands up to it. And then he's, please don't beat me anymore, boss. Please don't, finally when he breaks, don't beat me anymore, boss.
There is a great person in chat who's just popped in. Sorry, Tomby, not Abe. Tomby.
Hail, Tomby.
Tomby. Now he would go. Now this is where this I found hard, because when they go in, when he has to do this scene, I've got it up here, is literally you've got, I can't remember like who's dirt's on the ground.
Yeah,
and he's literally digging he's like, no, I wouldn't call it a grave or whatever most people.
It really feels like it.
It does now.
I think he calls it a trench, but it's a trench.
It's a trench. It's a trench because he's military. Now, Tomby would probably back me up on this. That's on your own is bloody hard.
Oh,
literally, like he goes deep. He goes deep down. So to build a trench like that deep, you're looking on your own how wide that was. That is got to be like 6 foot by I don't know. Like he goes down like 5'4", like 5 feet. It's like that is a good effort.
Yeah,
that is over days. That is days of him doing it. So the shift. That's what I'm saying. Well, how they don't do the parallel of day and night, because that, like, to do that in one day, on your own, wow, that would be a good, like, that is literally not a foxhole. You're literally that, and it's like that. It gets muddy. That is good, like soil.
It's heavy.
That's not like it's heavy soil.
You can see how dark it is all too.
And he's probably done it in the past. Like he's like dug his like trenches and whatever. And I think they've done it like, you're military man. Let's do this. Let's do this. You've done it before. But like to them to do it, and like you can see the effort he gets into it, and this is where again it doesn't relate. they don't relate to the guards, because some of the guards blatantly they would have been in the military. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a thing when people, I've done it to people when Dave, and like if you're a higher rank and then people really do something really, I mean really bad, you get to, like, I've seen it. There you go. Not me, but I discipline the person, and then the sergeant major disciplined the person.
The
Okay. So
opposite.
what
Yeah.
they yep. Okay. So I did something, like somebody did something wrong and I disciplined the person. And then they went out and they went, you've got to paint the grass green. So they had to get like a single thing and paint every plane of the grass green over the weekend. Then the sergeant major came out and said, how are you disgracing, as kind Queen Elizabeth, the Queen's grass? What are you doing to the Queen's grass? You've defaced the Queen's grass. Yeah, so they had to then clean the green's grass back to its normal color. That is the guy, 100%. I won't tell you what he did. He proper fucked up. But this is the situation where they were trying to gain to tell that situation of like, but that's not why you pointing. You hit your dirt there, get your dirt out, and then they get the dirt back. And they're trying to gain it. It's that breaking of like, we are the superior. You fucked up. You majorly fucked up. To get you back, you've got to realize we are in control. So I can understand it, but they should have really relied on the military people in the society they were, because they are military age. One, they are age group and they've got a good shot, so they probably would have got called up, or they would have volunteered. So they need to say like these, like, yeah, he's fucked up, but he used to be one of us. I think that would have been good. But I understand that happening, and it did make me giggle, but I've seen it because I've seen it. And I've seen that actually that scenario in the military, but because you are really we're not gonna kick you out, but you messed up and you need to take this. And that's why I think when Newman's character carries on, they like he goes for it. He does what he needs to do. He knows, and he's probably seen it in the military, that he needs to do it, because he doesn't give up. Really doesn't give up. The only real reason he kind of does is he does break, and he does say to I was saying Dragline later, no, they broke me.
Yeah,
this was real.
It was authentic.
But yeah, it was authentic, and I believe that because I've seen people go, yeah, I'm going to toe the line, but like at the point, it's opportunism. Let's say that.
So do you really think they broke him, or do you think it was a ruse?
I actually do think they broke him. I do think it was an authentic break.
I think it was for me, I think it was a ruse because he didn't want to offend Dragline. Oh my god, Dragline!
I thought it was a temporary break. I think by the time he gets back in and it's over, he's kind of like, it settles back down emotionally. He's like, all right, I need to come up with a plan to get out of here, and I'm going to use this to my advantage. But I do think in the moment he would have just been too physically and mentally exhausted to be able for that to be part of a plan that he was concocting.
And in the book, I'm sorry I have to say, because he's bigger and stronger, and because in the book they are also doing work like breaking rocks and digging ditches, that's why I think it was all a ruse. Because he's biding his time to find his next opportunity to escape, which he eventually does take. I do see moments where, emotionally he is tired, he's drained, he's exhausted, but because the character in the book was different, he was bigger, stronger than all of them. I don't know that the punishment that was meted out, although brutal, really did the job to break him. I think the book tries to portray that he could stand up. If you were to summarize, was not skipping to the end, but he could stand up to anything dealt out by man, right? But what was going to get him in the end, was himself, perhaps going too far, and a little bit of God there, a little bit of that religious thing going on there.
I would have loved them to seen that point of it, like he could take a
Yeah.
beating, he can take a whip, he can take this,
Mhm.
but psychological, he's a bit weak. That would have
Yeah.
been a great way to play it. Like they should have shown the real, like with the boxing side. That's what I'm saying. They need to be a bit more brutal. They could have seen that. Like I can take it. I don't care. If you're gonna beat my body, I can take it. But then he's never, like when his mother comes in, when she starts talking, you can see he goes a bit weak.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, okay, mummy, yeah, mama, or wherever it is, like where, like he can tell, yeah, that's what hurts. The psychological, you could have done better. You could have been the better of us all, like that, and that's I think that's what would have hurt him more, the psychological. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing if you did it today, I'm guessing they would. Well, even today, not today, because it would be a bloody messed up movie. But like 90s movie, I think they would have done that.
I do think it is, at the very least, I know I would agree that I do wish the scene kind of came off a little bit more gritty and brutal, but I do think just in general, it was good for kind of passing along to the audience the idea of this would make, it could potentially make anybody snap a break, because doing the same thing over and over again is brutal. But, as Stasis was just pointing out, anybody who's ever dug a hole, whether it be for, being in the military, being in construction, just doing yard work at home. Like I've done sprinkler lines, since I was younger age, doing it in the summers. And even just digging the trenches to lay sprinkler lines is brutal work in the summer. So picturing the idea of digging a hole that deep, that long, that wide is like, holy crap. And then when you have him redo it, fill it, and then do it again, it's like, oh my God, I would break too.
It took me like 4 hours to dig a hole once, like deep down. From a cat, when my cat died. And I was like, put it in the garden. I was like, oh my God.
I don't mean to
my girlfriend was like, oh my God, you're still out there. I was like, oh my God. It wasn't even my cat, it was my grandma's cat. I was like, I'm digging this hole, but stop it.
Yeah, digging is tough work. So I think it's a really relatable thing where you see, you're like, oh my goodness, even the first time. And then you find out he's got to, fill it back in. You're like, oh, that sucks. And then the third time, digging it a second time. So I think it does a good job at least conveying it to a relatable standpoint of how, especially after a long day's work, what they were just doing too. Anybody would, a lot of people would break in that scenario.
I like the scene where he grabs the boss man leg, and then that is, I think, where you get the what is going on? Which one is it? Is it like you are getting I suppose you get in like, am I defeated, or has he like, or is he playing an act? Is he literally, is he, I'm gonna mess with your brain. So I like that in the movie, because it gives the audience, that's not normal, that's not cool hand Luke, but did they really break him? And I like that they kind of give him that kind of shun. And also, we're being raided. Hey,
Thank you,
Smooth. Well, one thing I liked is when he goes back into the cabin too, where he's really selling it. And this is another reason why I thought that it was a legitimate break, even if just temporary, in that night, later that night, he goes on to kind of calm down and plan, was just the cell job in the cabin felt really authentic in terms of, because at this point, everybody's with him. So then he's screaming, where are you? Where are all of you now?
Yeah. Oh, I love this. My girlfriend absolutely hated it. She hated
really?
this one scene. It's only because they beloved him. Yeah. And I was like, you don't understand how that relationship would turn quite easily, because they loved him so, and they're looking. They're like, you are the man. What's your next plan? What are you gonna do? And then he comes back and like defeat it. And they literally, all of them, walk away. They even turn away. They literally turn their back. Literally. What are you? You're literally, no, we're done with you. We are done with you. And it shows that society of like, no. Once you're the good boy, that's it. Thing. And it just shows, but it also shows if it was a weaker person, they might have let him back, but he was revered. You're Kawan Luke. You've done this, and this. And that broke you. You should have told him F off.
Right.
You should have told him no.
He's a hero.
But that's, he is.
Yeah.
He's the outlet of their own inconsistency of hopes, inconsistency of their lives, or whatever you want to say. Is that he's their little snippet of like, I can lead my hopes. I'm never going to do it, but you can. You can be my little hope. I'm never going to do what you're going to do. And when they turn away, this is where my girlfriend didn't get it. She was like, I don't get why they just went F you. Like that kind of, there's some, but I get a lot of people would go, what, why would they just go, no. But if you ever been in that environment or ever known anybody in the environment, there is that camaraderie. There is that hope. So somebody lets you down. Oh, you're not just pissed. You are fucked off. You are annoyed beyond thing. And then the only thing you got is like, you've disgraced not just me, every person here. It's like, you know, when like they say you've like if a parent says no, you just let me down. I'm not annoyed. I'm not angry.
I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Disappointed. Yes. That moment, and that is what it is, that whole moment, and you can feel it is when he even goes to reach out. He's on the floor and he does that on the floor, and anybody could have just helped him up, going, we'll get you on your bunk. And that's when it, where's he, what did he say, Jay? What did he say? Where are you now?
Where are you all now? Yeah.
Where you are now. Yeah. And it's just like that. Yeah. That moment is great because he knows it. And that's the thing is, but then that is toying again with the audience. Great cinematography and blah, blah, blah. It's toying with everybody. Has he broke or has he not broke? You're still like, because he's cool. It's cool how Luke. Has he broke or is he playing you? Is he playing still with the guards? Is he playing with the people around him? You know, to say, look what I'm doing.
Well, and one thing too, I think that we glossed over that's kind of, I think, leads into why, you know, the gods go to this extent with this thing, with this punishment is right before this scene, we get the scene of him returning from one of the escapes in one of the day's works. Maybe it's the second one, I think. And, you know, the god who's the dog boy that they call him, is also serving the food in the cafeteria. So he's still, you know, pissed off at him that one of his dogs has died because of one of his escape attempts. So he's piling on the food onto the plate saying, what's the rule? Isn't it that if your plate's not clean, you're in the box? And then every one of the prisoners around him comes in as a sign of solidarity to take a scoop of rice or whatever it is off his plate.
Yeah.
So I think then, you know, the guards and the prison and the guards recognize that he represents, exactly like we just said, a bit of a beacon of hope for these prisoners. And in order to kind of squash that hope within them, we need to squash, you know, him as they perceive him to be type of thing, which is.
But it would have been good to see that, like one of the, like that guy who was like, you know, like a bit of a rat, I suppose. Like, oh, let's give him more. You go like, and he piles the rice. It's like blatantly dry rice. It's like, oh, it's all like you want to do it, and they all go like take a spoonful, don't they? Like, but it would have been good to one scene is shown the convents, I suppose you want to call it, like getting their own back at one point. Like, yeah, like, and then they were still like, you know, they're the scum of the area. Like, they're kind of like, yeah, I'm in it for myself, not in it for you. I'm in it for a good ride and blah, blah, blah. You know, it would have shown, I think that would have really, really shown how despicable them guys were. Like, you know,
ones are better.
You know, like taking a little, I'm going to take a little bit out of your life to get a little bit out of mine instead of just like biding my time, just doing my time.
It's a bit of the teacher's pet type of thing. You know, the student who stands up and says, teacher, you forgot to give us homework at the end of the day. and all the other students kind of get peeved off at that one type of deal. Same kind of concept where these guys are the kind of slime
that was Sandy.
balls
That was Sandy. That was Sandy.
No, that was never me. Even though I was sitting in the front
I was
row,
the one
it
who was
because
angry.
of my eyes.
Like, oh, did you really just mind the teacher?
Because of my eyeglasses. That's why I sat in the front row. I was not teacher's pet, trust me. Although I would correct the teachers sometimes, let me tell you that.
Oh, they never like that, trust me. But those guys kind of have that bit of the, like, you know, kiss up to the gods, get the prior, you know, the I guess prime kind of job selections, because I'd rather be the dog guy than the on the side of the road guy for sure. Yeah. So they kind of sleaze their way into getting that at the expense of pissing off all the other prisoners and all that.
So now we've got the, I guess in sorry, something just 2 seconds. I don't know if you heard that. A massive bang. Talk about the turtle. The turtle.
Yeah, I'll get us into the next.
I'm going to check out what the hell. I don't know if you ever heard that. Something.
No, I didn't hear.
Actually, a massive bang outside this thing. I'm going to go and check it. I'll be right back.
So make sure your tortoise is okay, because Jason has a tortoise. Okay.
Speaking of turtles. So next we jump in. You know, obviously the prisoners are all upset. We get the scene of him screaming, you know, where are you all? Blah, blah, blah. So then we jump right into, I believe, the next day on the line or on the side of the road where they're all working. Yep. And he seemingly has been elevated from working on the side of the road to being the kind of rabbit character.
The water boy.
Yeah, the water boy who's running back the gopher, you know, go get this, go get that type of thing. Again, I think the gods are thinking, and then this is where, you know, obviously as this scene plays out, at this point, I'm like, oh, okay, so he isn't truly broken. This is part of his plan, because he is using the gods' arrogance against them. The gods are trying to make, to me, I think, at least an example of him and being like, essentially like, where's your guy's hero now? He's our little go get it boy. Well, you know, he was your hero yesterday. Today he's our errand boy. How does that, you know, make all you guys feel? So they're really trying to rub it in and drive the point home. And you know, he's going along with it brilliantly. I think the first thing is the water. He goes and gets the water. Obviously, he goes into one truck for the water. This plays a role very shortly. So he goes in one truck, grabs the water, comes back. Then the boss with the sunglasses, you know, spots a snapping turtle in the water, shoots it dead, and then, you know, has Luke go pick that up and come back. So Luke picks that up. Actually, no, excuse me. Before that, he has him grab the gun so that he can shoot this turtle.
He goes in to get the gun.
Right. So he goes into the second truck, grabs the gun, comes back, gives it to the boss. Boss shoots the turtle. Now he has to go fetch the turtle. The whole time he's kind of being like happy-go-lucky, like, oh, gee willikers, good shot, boss, like the whole deal.
We're all okay.
Perfect.
Is your tortoise okay?
That's what we wanted to hear.
Don't know what it is. The garden, everything is okay. Massive bang though. I mean, like, what the hell?
So now he's going to grab the turtle. He grabs the turtle, pulls it up, and it's the, you know, gee willikers, boss, great shot. You really got him. Like, he's playing along the role perfectly.
And it's still hanging on.
Oh yeah. He's still biting down on the stick.
Yeah.
So then he's like, all right, throw it in the truck. So then he goes to truck number 3 now, because there's only 3 trucks with them. He's in truck number 3. He puts the turtle in it and then immediately jumps in the driver's seat, turns it on, and starts to take off. As he's taking off, obviously the gods realize. They start running back to the other trucks. Dragline hops in the passenger seat. And as they're taking off, sunglasses cop, oh God, shoots a shot at him. You know, obviously they're in a big like dump truck type of deal, because this is one of the work trucks, not just the transportation trucks for the prisoner. So he doesn't hit anything but the bed of the truck.
He dumps everything out. He lifts the bed, so now all the stuff's all over the road.
Yep. And then immediately you hear one of the other guys in the other truck say, you know, he took the keys. He took all the keys. So that's what, you know, Luke was doing every time he went to one of the trucks to grab the gun or grab the water. He was taking the set of keys out of them to ensure that they wouldn't be able to, you know, chase him by vehicle. So from there, him and Dragline take off, and they seemingly get away for now.
Well, I say like they get to like I suppose like a ditch area where they jump.
Yeah, a little water.
Wherever the truck ran out of gas, I suppose is the best way. But and he's like, that's when you they like you done them. This was always your plan. You know, like you know we need to get away. And this is like a disconnection of where they are and where they go and what happens. Is like, I think this was a very scenes that were very much rushed. This next couple of scenes, because like Dragnet he even announces later like he's only got a couple of months.
Yep.
So has he been institutionalized? Is it like he's got like this like friendship is beyond like with
yeah, I think so.
Things
friendship and adventure. Like,
yeah,
okay.
and that's it. And I think he's also then showing that he's a bit of a simpleton is the best way to put it. He's a bit like, I might be the hard man, but that's all I am. Outside world, I can't exist, but I know you can exist because I've seen the photo. I've seen the magazine. I've seen this. So like that would have been good to incite that, because the next one is they get on it like they kind of back and forth. He's doing the putting the covering the truck, and then
they're
they
grabbing
kind of
the palm fronds. They're cutting down the palms and trying to disguise the truck.
Badly, and then they just go off into like they run off, and then they get to a woodland area, and they have a bit of back and forth where really this is where Dragline kind of says, "Oh, we can do this. We can I'm going to take you to my sisters or wherever it is, my family. We're going to have a good knees up. They will love you there, and then you're going to meet some good farm girls. You can have a couple of them. Wink, wink." And then it's at this point where Corwin kind of goes, "No, I'm done," and then he just kind of just wanders off. That's it. The wanders off into this like I again, it's kind of like a very small town set with you don't really see what's there at the start, and and then he leaves Dragline like there, like kind of going bye now, but yeah, kind of like like just saying his goodbyes, kind of like being like, "I'll see you again. Don't worry, I'll always be here." But he's out of sight.
In the book, he hears the music, which is what draws Luke to the small town, up the ditch to find the road, and he's following the music, and he hears a banjo, a trumpet, and a guitar, and it's three men outside a church. They're playing a banjo, a trumpet, and a guitar, and Luke goes around the back of the church and then ends up, in the church building. And Dragline's like following behind him. But again, in the book, there are these moments where there's music, gospel music being played, very simple religious music being played, and that's what draws him up out of the ditch where they were. Unfortunately, not in the film.
Yeah, in the film, I actually took it as it might have been the same, if not very close to the town with the gas station where he met the two children to help him with the axe and the chili powder and all that. I took it as maybe it was that same town or nearby where he knew there was a church there, because I didn't really understand what exactly drew him to that area and knowing that it was a church, or if it was supposed to be just coincidence. Again, kind of playing into the idea of religion and fate and, God playing a hand and all that. I was a little unsure of which route they were going with it on that. The book sounds like it's a lot more clear, to be honest. But
yeah, well, when he kind of just goes to like the door, like runs past, doesn't he, in the film, and he just turns, "I'm in there," and then he just kind of has an argument to God. Let's say that's the best way. Like that is like, "I'm here. Why am I here?" He's like, it's not just the existence of God. He is arguing his own existence. Really, it's like,
what's the point?
I'm in your place. Bring it on. Let's have that discussion. And then he's like that. And then, of course, after a moment of like his declaration of like anger to God, we don't hear anything, and it's a bit annoying. And then, of course, Dragline comes in through the back and then kind of says they're here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I've persuaded them to kind of give up everything. If you come out friendly, they're gonna let us go back. And then like Newman kind of says, what's it? And what they're going to give back our old bunkers.
Yeah,
I hope so. You know, like that, and it's like it just shows the drag lines a bit of stupidity.
Yeah, and to be honest, he felt a bit more dim in this scene and in the one before it when they're in the woods, kind of splitting ways. He seems a bit more dim-witted than he did in the whole in the rest of the movie, to be honest with you, which felt a little uncharacteristic and a little forced. He kind of became just a fanboy of Paul Newman in these last couple scenes, or Luke for that. I should rather say it. It seems like he's just kind of fanboying over him and a little bit just like almost kind of weirdly obsessive. It kind of just goes from feeling like the most of the movie he's kind of just proud of him and that kind of thing, and idolizes him to a degree, but still feels like he's the one who has the higher position of hierarchy in it, to just like immediately just flips to like fanboy kind of simping over him, where it's like his whole world is kind of tossed into like, well, what do you mean I'm not going to stick with you? Like that was kind of the whole plan, and we're going to go back and get Coco, and maybe I shouldn't have even done this. I was only had a few more months. Like he just kind of flips into this different character that wasn't as recognizable with the rest of Dragline's character in the movie. But I did like the quick little line when Dragline does come in, where Luke kind of looks up, you know, as if he's talking to God still, and just says, so this is your answer, kind of meaning like, okay, so this is supposed to be it for me, then this is where I'm supposed to go, like taking that as the sign from God of like, okay, so the answers to the question I have is that this is where it ends for me. Because he knows, like you said, with that little comment of oh, they're going to give us our old beds back too, he's playing it from the side of, you're being naive, Dragline, we're obviously in big trouble here. And he knows that even if Dragline, you're in less trouble than me, there's no shot they just let me waltz right back into that camp. This is strike number 3. And he made it very clear that you won't need a punishment number 3 in terms of chain 1, set of chains 2. There won't be a set of chains 3. So he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
The quote, I do like his speech in the church. So I just, if you don't mind me, I just read a little bit. And he calls God old man.
Yep.
He says, old man. And he's like yelling, old man, old man. And he says, well, I know I'm pretty evil. I'm a pretty evil fella who killed people in the war. I got drunk and I chopped up municipal merchandise, the parking meters, and like that. I admit I ain't got no call to ask for much. But even so, you ain't dealt me no cards in a long time. I mean, it's beginning to look like you got it fixed, so I can never win out. Inside or out, it's just different bosses and different rules. Where am I supposed to fit in? Old man, I got to tell you, I started out pretty strong and fast, but it's starting to get to me. Where does it end? And I like that speech.
It's really good dialogue there.
It's
it's very related. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Sandy. Go right ahead. I was just going to say it's just very relatable, because even though maybe we all haven't, you know, obviously not all of us on Earth have been to war or you know, cut off parking meter heads, but you know, in terms of the root of that discussion that he's having with God, and you know, whatever it may be, whatever you believe in, the higher power, whatever, you know, version of it is for you, I think, you know, we've all had points of frustration and feeling like we haven't gotten the hands that other people get and things like that. So it's just a really relatable bit of dialogue and speech there.
I've done both, just to let
you know. In the book, Dragline is following much closer behind Luke when Luke gets to the church. So they both enter the church together. And they both hide for a few minutes. I don't know if they hear something or whatnot. And Dragline is actually under the lectern where Luke is starting to talk to God. And so it's not, so your comment about, you know, how Dragline's attitude and character seemed to change in that moment, that wasn't in the book. He was under the lectern, and Luke was his boy. He was still his boy until the end. And he's distraught when the next scene happens, of course. but it's a little different. They were surrounded. I don't even think anyone came in. I think it was just the shot.
Yeah, well, the next in the movie, at least, like he's having a look, and then like he goes to like the window, and even Drag like, "What you doing? What you doing?" And he just goes out, and he again, it's his arrogance, cockiness.
Yep.
What we've got here is failure to boom, and you just hear the shot. I don't think he gets through the full word of communication, and then he gets shot through the neck. Let's just say that it's not a like at this point, it's not a kill shot,
No.
and I know through the book there's a reason, and they kind of instigate it very slightly in not a sufficient way into the movie. So he gets shot in the neck, and he drops down, and a dragline kind of gets him out and like that, and then everybody else get him things. And then like there are different now in the area, there are different, let's say, departments of the police authority, whatever, like police, like or correctional facilities out there.
Yep, there's state troopers, there's correctional, there's like 3 or 4 different jurisdictions.
And they go to let's quickly get him into the car and take him to wherever the nearest
10 minutes away. Yep.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And then they go, no, we're taking him to the police, the
prison hospital.
And then they get one of them goes, he'll never survive. That's an hour away. And he's like, the captain's like, just shove it. Like I can't remember his actual words, but he's just like, that's what we're doing. And it's like the smirk, like as well from Cool Hand Luke. It's his smirk. He knows he's done for. That's their bidding. He would have survived. That's his bidding. And then of course you get, I think just for that is like the only real interaction with the man with no eyes. His dragline charges him like, because you've killed my man, you've killed my boy, I suppose it's like that, and he knows what they're doing. They're purposely delaying the treatment just because they know he's bleeding out, they know the situation. And then the to wrap it up, and I guess they do it different in the book, but how they wrap it up is they talk about him. The man that should have been, like what he did. And I'm guessing that is like, again, that is the purpose of the novelist, is like he's telling it from different people's point of view, and at the end of it they're doing exactly the same.
Yep. Now unfortunately, and where the film ends is they're working on a road crew, and they're working on the road right in front of the church, and they you can see clearly a piece of cardboard over the window where the shot went through the glass, and Dragline is telling the story to probably some new folks or to old ones, because he was there, right? He saw what happened. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, going back though, when Dragline tackles the man with the glasses, his glasses come off and they get run over by a car. The book begins with this scene and not ends with it. The book begins with Dragline and others telling the story of Cool Hand Luke, and someone says, "What's that old piece of cardboard you're looking at in that window?" And then Dragline and Sailor, who is one of the members of the gang at the end, who is actually the writer Don Pierce. He put himself in the last scene of the film as the guy who asks a question. That's how the book begins. The book doesn't begin with the parking meters. It begins with this scene, and then they're all telling the story of Cool Hand Luke, and they're telling the story over and over again. I wish the film had done that. I do, because I think this scene at the very end is a little abrupt, and then it's done, and then you get the helicopter shot where they're kind of pulling back on the scene and you get the music. But I liked how the book sort of bookended the entire story with this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So before we go to final conclusion, because it is an abrupt ending. It is a very
It is. It's a
abrupt.
long film, but it's an abrupt ending.
Well, I don't think it's long. What, just over 2 hours?
2 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2
2 hours.
hours.
Not too long. Yeah.
I think we both, well, all of us said I could have had another 30 minutes. I think they
give me
missed
20
a lot.
to 30 minutes. You
Yeah,
could probably
I think they missed a lot. So, we're gonna go by what was around at that is. So we've got so this movie was very critically acclaimed. So
it was.
Paul Newman was up for Best Actor. He missed out. But then George Kennedy won Best Supporting Actor.
Interesting.
Now this is
over John Cassavetes in The Dirty Dozen. Oh my God, that's who beat him.
Then when you actually look at the list, like I don't.
By the way, George Kennedy also in The Dirty Dozen. I just want to point that
out. But also I don't disagree. His acting ability in this, is it an Oscars?
No,
I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have thought
it
was.
As I mentioned to you, there was a push for him. There was a real push to get him in this film because he had only been in The Dirty Dozen and Kelly's Heroes and all those war films. I think Kelly's Heroes. But
you've got kind of
typecast.
Yeah, you've got like the same kind of movies. Kind of, this was in the Heat of the Night.
The Heat of the Night was good. Yeah.
Bonnie and Clyde. We've all, well, me and Sandy said, yeah, we understand, but we don't think it's a great movie.
Yeah.
The Graduate. Okay, one of the movies. Yeah, but I can't understand it. Cool and Luke, and then Guess Who Was Coming at Dinner? And it kind of goes out, and The Dirty Dozen was in there. But literally, I think this got more acclaim than it should have. And I'm not being rude onto the movie, but I that's how I kind of feel about this movie.
Yeah.
I like it might be the second way looking at it. Now I'm going to jump before Jay of what I feel about this movie. I feel this movie is short. Now, when I first watched it, I really enjoyed it, and then I enjoyed it in my 20s. And Jay, you putting in this, literally, I feel now because I'm older, I question it. And I question it in a way, probably because I've got older, and I question just because of the movies are I know, and the movies that are, and that is really because, do I like the movie? Yes. Do I recommend the movie? Yes. Do I like the movie? I don't know if I do. That is the problem, and that is it tears me, because I'm like, you know what? I don't like the movie because I know the movie it should have been. And that's why I get annoyed.
You should read the book. You should read the book and you'll see the movie it should have been.
Exactly. And I get torn with it because I like the movie. I enjoy the movie. And it makes me want more. You ever get one where you're like, no, I'm missing parts. Why am I missing
some wasted potential type of thing?
And I'm missing these little snippets what I probably enjoyed when I was a bit naive in my youth when I first watched it. But now I'm like, hold it. Why did that happen? I'm more questioning things. Yes, it's probably the era we're in, but it's probably the era I was in 10 years ago. And I watched this 20 years ago to 15 years ago. And I still enjoyed it. And I watched it in snippets or in a full movie. And I was like, I enjoy it. Now I'm looking at it going, but why? But why did that happen? I'm questioning the things, and the world's got smaller, and you're questioning things. So as I go, if I had to say, do I recommend it? Yes, you need to watch this movie. If you are a movie buff or anything like that, or you love your things, or you're getting into cinema, you're getting into new movies, you need to watch this. It is a great cinema movie. Do I like it? Now I don't. And that hurts because I'm wanting more. Now, but out of 10, I'm still going to score it an 8.
Interesting.
I'm still going to score it a solid 8 because I understand, like what we did with Halloween. We scored it a 5 or whatever and a 7. And I understand the greatness of this movie. Could it have been really great? Yes, it could. And that's why I think the Oscars, the nominations of people, the editors, whatever, the critics loved the movie because they wanted that more. And your head brain remembers it being great, but it's not a great movie. But it's a movie. How it is great. When you realize what could have been, you want more, but I still give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay. Cindy, do you want to go next? I'll go last.
Sure. So, I think one of the reasons why it was so critically acclaimed is also one of the areas that was snubbed during the awards, and that was the cinematography.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think the cinematography was pretty amazing. And I'm again trying to share my screen. So as you mentioned, Stasis, George Kennedy won the Oscar. It was nominated for Best Actor, Screenplay, and Music, but I really like the way it was shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it should have received some kind of at least a nomination somewhere for the cinematography. You can see here the budget was pretty meager. Adjusted for inflation, 30.6 million. It made equivalent of 155 million today in today's dollars. That was 16 million back in 1967. So it was a box office success. It is also one of the highest rated films on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I put any credence in Rotten Tomatoes, but I do when you look at older films. And this is rated a 100 on the critic score and a 95 for the audience score, which you never see in more modern films where the critic score and the audience score matters. But it is acclaimed for that reason. I feel like obviously I've shared throughout this review what it missed from the book. The book did a really good job of balancing what I will call the lightness and the darkness. The book, as I mentioned, portrayed the guards as humans, not as sadistic, not as, enjoying, torturing and throwing prisoners in the box. They were human, but they did their jobs. The book had more side stories because Don Pierce was writing a collection of stories. So there were more, whether it involved Cool Hand Luke or some of the other characters, there were more side stories that made the book a little more interesting. And as I mentioned, the narrator of the book, I felt handled the accents and the tone much better than this, ragtag bunch of actors did. These were actors from all over the place. And really and truly, they were supposed to be portraying prisoners generally from the same area, and they did struggle with the accents. Overall, I do like the film, and I would give it a 7. I also will give it a letter grade for historical accuracy because, again, what Don Pierce wrote in his own words was 1/3 his actual story, 1/3 the stories he heard, and then 1/3 fiction. So I think there's enough reality here to give this a score on historical accuracy. I do think it portrayed the monotony of these work gangs in an accurate way, and the way that these gangs were used to try to build up the infrastructure across the United States. The routine that was set, within these prison camps, although they did have some time to themselves, they did have to follow very strict routines, like not getting into bed in dirty clothes. They had to shower before they touched a sheet, um, and all the other routines that you saw in the film. So I give it a B minus for historical accuracy, but a 7 overall for the film. I would recommend the film, but as always, I do recommend the book as well.
The book sounds just out of your not like brief things. It sounds like a better like that, and what I read after it sounds like the book is 10 times better.
It sounds like it has what's missing from the movie.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, what you wanted, it's missing. Yeah, but you can get it from the book. Jay, go on then. As it was your pick.
Yeah, so this was a me pick, and this was actually an interesting rewatch for me. So first and foremost, I absolutely recommend it. I do think it's one that everybody should see. I think similar to what Stasis said, I think when I watched this when I was younger, I don't know if I want to say more naive or more I just wasn't very critical of movies. I was able to kind of just, turn them on, go along for the ride and just say good or bad at the end, not really break it down, technically or scene by scene and things like that. So as I'm watching it this time older and with a, a somewhat better ability, I don't know how much of an ability, but a somewhat better ability to kind of break down what I'm watching, I have to say it went down a little bit on this rewatch for me. Which being one of my own picks, I found to be kind of surprising. So I probably would have said it was about an 8 coming into it. And I think leaving it this time, I'm probably going to give it about a 7, pretty even, solid 7. I still think it's a good movie. I still think it's one that I'd recommend to people. I just found a lot of issues with it this time around in terms of some of the fundamental stuff, some of the storytelling stuff. And then, some little things just like the accents being all over the place and stuff like that. But yeah, I was a little surprised for it to have gone down, not much, but one step down in my overall opinion of it this watch through. So 7 is where I land on with it.
Yeah, I think this is the first movie that we've it's up there, and then went, that's it. I think all the other ones, like even Halloween, we know it's iconic. And we know the status of iconic. This one, I remember a different movie, if that makes sense. Like then it was, and that was it. And then it kind of like I was like, oh, yeah. I like, guarantee I like this movie, but I remember it better.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Definitely.
And that's the problem. Is that, and then I said like, it felt like when I was watching it. It felt like it was edited, like from what I remember. And that's why, it felt like, somebody's cut some bits out. This is like the new modern day edited version to not upset people. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you realize, whoa, hold it. They're telling you this is brutal. This is this, and it's not happening. And it's things. But I think all three of us, it is a recommendation. I think we enjoy the movie. We things like that. The problem with mine, I like the movie. I think it's one you watch. Would I watch it every year? No, it's not one of those movies. It's you come across it, either it's on TV and then you enjoy it and then you forget about it. Unfortunately, this is thing, but you remember the iconic, the eggs or whatever it is, what we have here is a communication problem. But they're the bits. They are the moments. And I think because it's been memed or like heavily into pop culture, you remember, it's a better movie than it is. And I think that's in big. And when you actually watch it, it's good. And I understand it. It's just got a stature up there of Cool Hand Luke, but I say it's mid-hand Luke, but it's still a great movie. It's still a great recommendation. You have to watch it.
Yeah, I agree. You have to watch it.
Yeah, you have to watch it. On about having to watch it, is it time?
Well, let me just mention that the Battle Royale book is huge. So I'm going to be right immediately after this, after we finish here. I got some reading to do. I gotta get started on.
Okay, so just before we go, for Battle Royale people, we've got a special guest. I'm not going to say. We might guess who it is, who has rewatched it twice and the sequel, and now done the pre-graphic novel of the book. So Sandy, you might have a little bit of thing, but at least they can. Spoilers. Who the person is? they can pronounce every character
Yes.
correctly, then better than us. So it's like that. And the best thing, they geeked out. They geeked out. So
Oh,
that's
that's
it.
awesome.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who that person is, Jack. I don't know who that person is. But yeah, close things. But shall we do it?
It is
Yep,
time.
it's that time.
It is
Now,
time. Now, I
okay, no,
really
wait. So, Jay,
wait,
you've
wait,
had 3, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not my choice this time.
is
We
it?
need
No.
to
Halloween was mine.
spread the wealth.
Halloween was you. Let's see,
Halloween,
Village
yeah.
Crossing
Casino.
was yours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Halloween was yours. We both tie on Great Escape.
Yeah,
Saturday
it was
Night
either
Fever
mine or
was
yours.
mine.
Yeah.
And I've had No Country for Old Men, Casino, and this one.
Yeah, so you've
Yeah,
had
and
3.
I had
And you've
okay.
had 2.5, and I've had 1.5. So it's my turn.
Now I keep on saying I really want a black and white movie.
I do
But
too.
I also I really just want Gosford Park.
I do too. Oh, God bless. I'm getting my
I don't
gin.
know if we got any other Maggie Smiths on Dame Maggie
Harry
Smith.
Potter. I put Harry
Have we got
Potter
Harry
on.
Potter on there?
Oh, do we
Yeah,
have
I
a Harry Potter?
did.
Have we
Good.
got any
Oh,
other
guess what else? I did put Clash of the Titans.
okay, yeah.
The original
Yeah,
Clash of the Titans.
any other older? Let's go. I say, say anybody who just thinks she did Harry Potter, go back. She's
Yes.
iconic. She's really some of the early stuff like that, and yeah, really, I just say like they bringing out the things. Such a beautiful woman, beautiful actress, absolutely amazing. Like her 70s work, like that early, like late 60s, some of it is great, but just go in. God bless. We lost not just a British treasure. It is literally a cinema treasure like that. So let me just put out there, Dame Maggie Smith. God bless. Like what a great lady of her career, and what we are getting out there. Just a great lady. Let's just say that. So
stage trained actress. And that's what we don't have enough of today. I mean, real acting. It is such a loss, and someone I had hoped to see live. Oh, can I share my screen just for a minute?
go on. Yes. Yeah,
so because people do tend to think of Dame Maggie as, just Harry Potter. But this is her in her stage heyday. Look at her. Just gorgeous.
But I think a lot of British, that's what the vision is. We knew that beyond. And it's like I hate to say like, not to be rude, but when people just put up the iconic, she was in Harry Potter, like as the thing, it's like, oh no, she wasn't like that. Like she was in like Downton Abbey, like the series, and I think a lot of people love that. Like we love Gosford Park, we do that, and she's a little bit older. But then you got the older, like yes, sorry, it's a
she said one line.
It's what I think J.K. Rowling said it well. It's one of these people you think that is going to live forever, and it is like with it's a couple of the dames, I suppose. You're like, oh no, when they like the things. So yeah, she did a good innings. Let's say that she did a very good innings. She did a very good works, and yeah, she'd be truly missed. So yeah,
it's that one line in Gosford Park where the Ivor Novello character is playing and she's getting frustrated. They don't like entertainers, and she just cuts him down and says, "It must be so disappointing when something just flops like that." The way she said the word flop, she could have won an Oscar for one word. The way that woman said flops, because it was so digging and biting to this poor guy who's just trying to entertain people. Just I was so sad. And is it true? Is this also like the same date that Michael Gambon passed away? It's like the same date. They passed away on the same date.
Really?
So that would be very probably disturbing for other Harry Potter actors, but Michael Gambon, yes, oh my gosh, same date exactly 1 year ago.
Oh, he was
September
also
27th.
Gosford Park. I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Yeah. This is gonna make you. This is gonna make you really old. 23 years since. Sorry, the Philosopher's Stone. I'm not gonna call it the American way.
Oh,
Sorry.
I agree.
23 years ago. That makes you feel bloody old. 23 years in a similar release of the Philosopher's Stone.
So it was the fifth movie that I could take my kids to. So it was because obviously they I guess they weren't born when the first one came out. Yeah, they weren't born when the first one came out. But yeah, it was the fifth Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix that I could take my older daughter to. So yeah. Anyway, but God bless you, Dame Maggie.
Yeah. So we're gonna hope.
Now the
so Jay, I don't care. You're gonna hope. What? And except for that, I still want black and white. I do. I know I got a really good one. Battle Royale is my pick, and I really, I watched myself. I was like, yes, because it is the first foreign movie we've got, like foreign speaking movie on that. But it also takes into consideration a bit of a beat on the Hunger Games. If I think a lot of it that next week is going to be about that somebody ripped off a lot of this movie, and I hope things. But I've heard about the book, and and it's going to be an interesting read. Let's say that, and it's going to be a very it seems to be a very intelligent read though as well. So Jay, what are you hoping for this week?
I'm going to continue my one from last week and say something a little lighter, something a little fun, a little light, because I think we've been pretty serious in the stories told so far, and it doesn't strike me that Battle Royale is going to lighten the mood at all. So
it's blood and guts. It's blood and guts.
Something a little lighter.
So what we're going to get is a zombie movie for Jay this week. That's good. Something like that. Sandy, what are you hoping for, except for Gosford?
Let me just ask you, please scroll down and make sure Gosford Park's on there.
It is there, and I've checked.
You did? Okay, because it was the last film that I added. But yeah, I'm with Jay, maybe something lighter, but also, I'm all for a black and white. I'm for an old Hollywood. Let's go some old Hollywood.
Okay, so you're going old Hollywood, Hollywood. So we're going to get old Hollywood,
like a good old Whatever Happened to Baby Jane or Sunset Boulevard.
You're going to get some old Hollywood black and white gangster movie. Then it's got to be. So you're going to go against Jay. At this point, I just think it's hilarious. I love this bit because I love it. Now, chat, we go silent for at least 20 seconds. You're like, ooh, what's going to happen?
And then no matter what it is, we're all going to go, ooh.
And I like it because I've had actually people who like watch this. They're like, this is the best bit. This is the best bit. Like, we get excited and we love your chat. But what's next? Ooh. And I love it.
You should flip this.
Yeah, it's because people love, we've not watched that movie in a while. Ooh, or we've not heard about that. What is it? So this is good. We've had a couple of, I suppose, like you say, Jay, we've had a couple of known movies. So I'm going to say, out of chat, is it going to be James, Sandy, or Jay? That is what we're going to say. So who's going to get their pick? There's going to be the pick. That's it. So shall I click? And then we're going to go. I'm going to go for Sandy. Sandy, you've got to have one. So I'm going to go Sandy. Jay, who do you think? You, me, or Sandy?
I'm going to say Sandy.
You're going to say we're going Sandy. Okay.
We're gonna have another gangster film then. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go the relativity. I'm gonna go for it. It's gonna be Jay's pick. I'm just gonna go. It's gonna be Jay's. Sorry. Here we go. 5. I love this bit. 4.
I do too.
Aim Sandy. Oh my God. 3.
Wait, can I adjust my guess? I think we're gonna get Apollo 13. I think Sandy's gonna will it into existence for us. Yeah.
Oh my God. If it's not that, if it's going to be that, I think it's going to be because we spoke about it, and I think Tom B jumped in. It's like I always thought it's going to be Jurassic Park Showdown.
It's going to be the Jurassic Park Showdown.
That's it. There we go. All right, 5.
With Nell and I is great. I put that on the list.
Is it on that? I don't know.
I put it on for sure.
Okay. We go a Christmas story. Otherwise, it's gonna October. It's gonna be Halloween. Anyway, 5. Stop me. 5.
Just push the
4. 3. 2.
Watch it be Fargo, another Coen brothers.
We're doing it. Go.
What other prison escapes do we? Well, Shawshank. Okay, Shawshank.
Oh, brother, we're out thou. Get 2
Oh,
in
brother,
one
we're
stone.
out. There you go. Coen and
Apollo 13. Let's see it.
Ooh.
Star Wars. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
Wow.
I've never watched it. What's it like?
Yeah.
Wow. Who would have thought we haven't had any sci-fi? Wow. Okay.
No, that's the first sci-fi one.
So obviously we're gonna do the best Star Wars, which is Last Jedi, right?
Star Wars is Star Wars.
No one clipped that. That was a joke. That was a joke. I don't like the
for
sequels.
Okay,
okay.
I need to apologize for you two, and I need to apologize for chat. I might rant. Rant a lot. I do. Oh
We gotta stick to Star Wars, though. The Star Wars. Don't rant.
No, it's the Star Wars. It's not anything. This is 1977.
Don't even give them the
Star Wars.
airtime.
This is not anything else. This is what they called after A New Hope. This is Star Wars. This is literally. Oh, by the way, Sandy, what is it though? It's our first ever.
What's our first ever sci-fi? What our first ever what?
Sir.
Yes, Sir Alec Guinness. How did we forget? Oh my gosh, we knew he'd make an appearance.
Yay!
Yes, we have Sir Alec. I mean,
we have a lot, and we had to pick this one. Okay,
let's also remember who we lost last week, James Earl Jones.
Yes.
So we have James Earl Jones,
go.
Which is fantastic, and we have another fantastic old stage actor, Peter Cushing. Oh, we're gonna geek out. This is gonna be a 6-hour. We're almost at 6 hours.
Now I'm really hoping. I'm gonna say it. I'm really hoping, Jay, you have seen this movie.
Oh yeah, this one I've seen.
Jay, I don't know what we would do.
Jay, I must say,
I do love the original trilogy, and to be honest,
did.
as a '90s kid, I like the prequels too. I know they're not great. I know they have
they're
their
not
flaws,
bad.
but I like them. They have different flaws than the
I just want to geek out. I watched this last night.
I actually watched it not that long ago.
I was I watched 2 episodes of Buffy, couldn't sleep, so I watched the Star Wars.
when I had pneumonia,
and I must say, I have the old VHS down there. So the old VHS before it was actually manipulated. I have the 2 different versions. I have the originals, and then I have the digital.
I'm pulling out the steelbook. I got the steelbook.
And then the things like that. So we're gonna go through different variations of this. Yeah, I might have watched it a few times. Let's say that. That's it. So yeah,
it was one of those films my dad brought home on a bootleg VHS tape, because obviously I couldn't see it in the first Star Wars film I saw in the theater was Return of the Jedi. And Jay, I know you weren't even born when the sequels were or the prequels were out. But my dad brought it home along with Raiders of the Lost Ark on a bootleg VHS tape. And my brother and I watched both of those films until they disintegrated. I mean, just disintegrated. So I'm excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I did that on my stepdad's tape. Literally burnt it to smithereens until it was we can't watch it.
It was.
It got to like grainy. Like, what's going on with the tape?
The snow. We called it snow. There's snow.
Yeah. So oh my god. So literally everybody in chat, you got no excuse. It's Star Wars, and I'm gonna call it A New Hope, episode 4. Hey, come on. So we got a couple of sci-fi ones. So Battle Royale next, Star Wars, and then what is next? We'll never
you have
know
to tune
until
in
we get
for
that.
Battle Royale to find out what's the next
That's
one.
it. So,
Hey, guess what? I don't have a book to read.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You get a little break,
I could give you some stuff.
Yeah.
In
this case, you just have to read all of the EU.
I have some materials myself.
Yeah, we have the Jedi Code.
I don't mind
Ralph
the Clone Wars.
McCorin.
I don't mind the Clone Wars.
No, I down. This is where there's going to be a stipulation. Okay, you have to take this as it came out and as it was without anything else, without any knowledge. And I think that is different because if you go beyond that and what George Lucas did to this and ignore everything else, it makes a different conversation if you know about Empire Strikes Back, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and all the inserts of all the other stories. Because what this was is still a B movie.
Yes, and I may even take a minute to go into what it spawned before Empire Strikes Back, because it's a self-contained film. It is a self-contained, except for one little teeny tiny scene at the end of a TIE fighter spinning off into infinity. But it spawned my favorite work of science fiction of absolute all time, which is Battlestar Galactica, because Glenn Larson and I forget which television studio it was, I guess ABC. ABC wanted to quickly capitalize on the success of Star Wars and make something for television that was not Star Trek, but they wanted the dogfighting, they wanted everything that was Star Wars, but also, the themes and the stories that came out of that. That was the story of technology taking over. It was the same story we see replicated in other films, where the technology takes over. So I won't go into battles, but yeah, this is going to be a great conversation. I'm excited.
The only thing I would say, if you want to know your homework, you need to watch the black and white Flash Gordon.
Seven.
No, Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers, the really grainy ones. I'm sure they are on Amazon Prime. You watched the first, I think they had 2 seasons of both of them, of Flash Gordon, the black and white, not the modern one.
The strings,
Yeah. Watch that when it's really really grainy, really black and white. You will get Star Wars more because you go into the mind of what Star Wars was, because that Star Wars rips off so much of that. And then you do have Seven Samurai, and we go for that. But
I'm sorry. Did I say the Magnificent Seven? I'm sorry. I committed a faux pas. Not the Magnificent Seven, the Seven Samurai.
Seven Samurai. But you got that news. But oh my god, we're going to talk. I could talk about this now, and we won't make it a 5-hour, 6-hour stream because I could go on like that. Okay, just to warn you, I did a podcast once and about the Last Jedi, and I talked for 4 hours. Near enough. This might be very exciting for me. I may go cosplay. I have helmets. I'm gonna get to wear my Star Wars t-shirt and everything. I don't know what I'm gonna. Yeah, that's it.
I don't think it's long enough. I can't.
For Battle Royale. For Battle Royale, Jay, I'm guessing you've not watched it yet.
I have not.
Watch where you've got to wear a dog collar and a backpack, and you'll get it.
So I have to wear Abe's outfit. This is ridiculous.
I'm not saying it. That's
great.
But yeah, so next, this is where we've got some sci-fi geeky stuff like that because things. So we've done the sensible stuff. There are more sensible stuff in our things, but we're going a bit geeky before the Halloween, at least. I don't know what horror movies we've got on there, but there might be something for Halloween.
Think much, maybe some horror thrillers.
I put The Shining on there, more of a thriller.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. So we might have some thrillers or something.
I'm sure we got a zombie on. We got Shaun of the Dead on there.
There you go. It's
I didn't realize that made it on there.
Oh, Brain Dead's on there. Brain Dead's a zombie comedy. Yeah, oh my god, Brain Dead's Peter Jackson. Lord of the Rings. Can't go
I
wrong
think
with
Shaun
that.
of the Dead would also be that light
Yeah,
entertainment that you're
the
looking for,
light
Jay,
is
that we're all looking
It
for,
is one,
maybe
but
next
about as
time.
about as light as
comedy.
the movie list is gonna get.
That would be great.
But anyway,
No, I
so
appreciate that.
everybody's homework is Battle Royale. Yeah, Japanese version 2000. That's it. And if you've never watched Hunger Games, I would recommend doing them back to back just for the similarities. And then you're going, huh, huh, hmm, ah. But this is also a book from 1996, I think it's 7.
Yeah, it's a
Sandy, my night.
12-hour
Yeah,
book.
yeah.
It's a
But
big one.
also it's a very heavy, very political, very mindset book, like 1984 book was. It's very intelligent, so I give that the I it's my pick. I love the movie. We have a special guest next week. There you go. But then after that, Star Wars. Never heard of it. Don't know what it's about. So we're gonna find out. But on that note, we've got some good sci-fi stuff to watch. That's it. Sandy, what you got coming up? And what was it today? I can't remember what you put out today, or was it yesterday?
Oh, I can't even remember anymore. There's only like 20 left of my little embassies. I think it was Guatemala yesterday. What I have actually, I'm working on. I have a couple of classes I have to teach coming up soon, so I got to get my materials ready for that. On my primary sources channel, I have been encouraging people to write their own histories and write letters. And I'm trying to do that in a fun way by using a different color of fountain pen ink every time I write a letter. So those are kind of things that I have going. My channels are just for anyone who's interested in learning. I'm
Sorry,
really not a
just sorry, going back to that. My niece or something like that got told off, kind of thing, is not to write letters. Right. They got
cursive.
told her to buy a new laptop. She wanted to
Oh,
know handwriting, and they told her no. And she's like,
I
what, over 9? And I was like, oh my, that is the day society when they were like, faux
yep.
pas, you want to get a piece of paper and a pen and learn. And no, you need to get a new laptop because you'd be like,
Let me tell you what could very well happen in a dystopian society. We don't know how to write, and then somebody switches off our computers.
Oh,
In a
that
dystopia,
is. Hold it. I've watched that.
you
It
need to
is
write that book.
called. Oh my god, what movie is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Escape from New York or Escape from LA. If
Oh,
you want to
really?
turn it
They
off.
can't write?
No, they
Uh,
turn off all the computers.
yeah. Well, see, you could write that book, like, because we're not teaching kids to write. So
Yeah.
how much how close is that to not being able to read?
Oh yeah. The
You know?
handwriting from you go from. I'm sorry, Jay. Handwriting from historical documents and that is so beautiful. Take your time over it. Now it's
It
rushed.
is.
Now it's horrible. Now it's block.
And nobody cares
Horrible.
about spelling
No.
anymore. Oh, don't get me started. We could go for an hour. But yeah. So yeah, I'm preparing for a couple classes I'm teaching and enjoying to Abe's earlier comment about, the wheel of film helping to just throw out some classic films to watch. I'm loving this. I would have never ever watched Halloween again. I would have probably never watched Cool Hand Luke again. So I'm absolutely enjoying this. And most importantly, talking to the two of you, getting your perspectives and interacting with chat about these films have given me such a greater appreciation for this amazing art form.
Yeah. And I kept on saying for you to watch Battle Royale. I've said it multiple times. So now
You
have
had
no
in some of our other chats, you brought it up
yeah.
a few times. So I'm excited about that. I am.
Jay, what you got going on?
So
that sounds really going on. What you got going on, boy?
First off, I want to second what Sandy just said, because I agree. Doing this has got me to watch films that I've either maybe watched and probably wouldn't have rewatched, or ones that I haven't, like Great Escape, that wasn't even on my radar. So, and Battle Royale would be another one. So that side of it, and just, you know, the fun of talking with you guys in chat is just, it's been a blast. So can't wait to keep doing this. That aside, back towards my channel, honestly, not a ton planned coming up. Kind of still flying by the seat of my pants over here until I come up with something more structured for the channel. Look out for a Penguin episode 1 review that is very late, but I haven't had time to get to it this week, so hopefully that's out either late tonight.
Oh, the Penguin,
the new
the Penguin,
Mac show there.
Yeah.
So I'm working on a review for episode 1 that should be out hopefully tonight. We'll see. If not tonight, sometime tomorrow during the day before episode 2 comes out, and I got to start working on that one. Hopefully get it out in a more timely manner. But then really just the only thing I have planned is being on the show again next week for Battle Royale. I'm hoping to maybe jump into the Wednesday Chinwag on Tommy's channel this week.
Don't say that. It'll count you onto that.
No, and I've already let him know. It's just tough with work. My summer schedule is a lot more different than my fall and winter schedule. So I'm going to try to stop by. Honestly, with that show, for me, it's going to be a bit of, whenever the timing works with my work and when it starts, as well as, whenever there's space on the show. But outside of that, honestly, not much planned for streams right at the moment.
Cool. I must say, when you went Penguin, I literally don't know why it popped in there. The Pingu. The cartoon.
I was going to say something. I'm like, I'm not familiar.
Pingu. We don't have Pingu.
Oh my god, Pingu!
Is it like
a penguin that goes?
Your cartoons are weird.
I think I may have seen clips of that online. I
don't know why. My brain didn't go. I've even seen the first episode, but my brain went, "Why is it all a Pingu?" Literally, and that's what happens when you have a little kid.
Yeah,
literally, your brain goes, I've watched too much Peppa Pig, Penguins, like that. My brain goes, no, it isn't sensible thing. It's cartoon related.
But you said you said he'd watched Star. Did you say you'd watched Star Wars with him?
Oh yeah, he's already watched Star Wars.
Nice.
We've watched A New Hope as it is now, and we've started Clone Wars.
Oh,
so that's it. So he's like the first season.
I think I actually like Clone Wars.
Yeah, the Clone Wars, I think, is more set to his age because it's is not very good. I think season 1 and 2 is not very good. Star Wars, he now literally, I've got this t-shirt. I probably might wear it where it's got like the Death Star, and he just comes up to me and goes, when I first wore it, and this is like when he went, "Not a moon." I was like that. I was like,
"Not a moon."
No, but he just went like, "Not a moon," and he wouldn't say anything. Just be like, "Not a moon." I was like, "Yes, you that is actually correct."
Quoting Sir Alec,
not a moon, and I was like, "Not a moon," and I thought that was brilliant. But like he goes past. He's like, now and again, he's like he had a thing for a while. He stopped now because like kids do, they go, but he would like daddy. He would be. It's like, what did daddy say? And I was like, yes, you know that, because he's like Darth Vader, he's like daddy, like that. And he was like, like I jumped forward into an empire, but yeah, he was like that. He was like that. But then when we first watched it, he did get scared. He did get like,
you have to.
But he was like, ooh, but then
Darth Vader
like,
terrified my brother, and I kind of overdid it. I was not, well, we're being recorded right now. I should be quiet, but I got this poster and I put it on the back of his door just to terrify him. I shouldn't have done that. It was very bad of me.
But
He's tortured me for my entire life because of that.
Yeah. But he does have a stormtrooper. That is a stormtrooper. And he calls it Dave, and I can't get off him. Dave, the stormtrooper. Why Dave? We've got nobody in the family, like except for my uncle that died like 10 years ago. Like Dave the stormtrooper, and he's like Dave, like that. And then Dave goes flying now and again. It just flies like that. He's like, okay, Dave the stormtrooper. Okay, why Dave? Who knows? But yeah, Dave the stormtrooper. But, yeah. So that's fun, but he does love all this. He does that, and probably
he has to.
He loves putting on all the helmets, and he's probably done that. But yeah, Dave, not zombie Dave, Abe, just Dave. But yeah, he comes in, and it's so like really hard for me is when he goes, "Oh, can I come into your room?" And I'm like, "Yeah, come in." And then he picks up something very expensive, and I'm like, "Put it down." That's not a toy. Not a toy. And then but I'm like, "But that's a toy. That's not a toy." And I'm like, "Yeah, Dad." Yeah,
it's tough to explain.
And then like explain, this will all be yours. This will all be yours. I'm never gonna sell it. It's all be yours.
And by the time it is, you won't want to touch it either.
Yeah. And then like exactly. So he was going for some Ralph McCory like original Prince, and he's like loving it, and I'm like, no, you don't bend. Don't bend it like that. And I was like, yeah, you got. I don't know what's on your fingers, and he had like
sticky fingers. That's what
like that. And I was like, it was terrible. And I was just like, and that is when you get like a proper geeky, and then you know, like you got something in like in your box, and you're like, please, just no, and you have to be really nice but really aggressive. You're like, no, like that, because you know, like just that little nick. Well, not just because it's like because you love it. I don't care about that, but you just know that just in your brain, you're like, no, I've had that like
it's hard
40 odd years. Stop it, please stop it like that. I've got one over there, like a Return of the Jedi, and he's got his original weapon, and it's very weird that you're gonna get the original weapon. And he was like, woo, with the weapon. I was like, put it down. If you broke it, put it down. Then how much people cry over this weapon. But yeah, that was funny. So yeah, he's still gonna get into Star Wars, but Star Wars is only 1 to 6. Just to let everybody know. 1 to 6. But yeah, apart from that, anything else, guys? I've got not much going on. It's gonna happen when it happens. You're gonna find me on my channel as it always is. Gonna jump in and out of things. It's coming to Halloween, so we can do that. We might do some scary ones. I don't like them, but you can have a laugh at me. Apart from that, not much. But everybody, I really hope you've enjoyed Cool Hand Luke, Jay's pick. I've got 2 then. I've got 2. Sandy, you're letting us. We're gonna need to put more on then. So Sandy, you've got to have the
list. You made the list first. I would have certainly put Star Wars
but it's
Just
alphabetical.
just like The Great Escape, I would have put on. So this is a half. Okay. I mean, I think we would have all put this film on. So
okay. So you can put your camera on and do cosplay.
Yeah.
Are you doing okay? No. So everybody, I can't
do the hair.
Princess Leia.
We're not
Princess Leia from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah? No, we're not doing that.
Okay, Jay, that's your pick then. That's sorted. Jay's gonna do that.
Yeah, maybe 20 years ago. Maybe.
So you can be C-3PO. There we go.
No, but you know who I can cosplay extraordinarily well because I do look like her now is again back to Battlestar Galactica. President Roslin with the glasses. That is me. I wear those suits. You've seen me. You guys have seen me. Sorry, the rest of you haven't. But I got the glasses and the suit, the business suit. That's all me. President Roslin. Yeah.
And Jay just looks like Jabba the Hutt.
Exactly. Spot on.
No.
But everybody, again. Battle Royale, get your things, and please, I'm not just saying it for the chat. I'm saying it for these two. Do not do the dubbed. If you do dubbed, you're in trouble.
No.
I typically don't.
But you actually get dubbed
that out just to make sure that I don't accidentally get the dubbed.
Oh, please don't do.
I always go subtitles, but
subtitles.
I wouldn't even have thought of it. I would have just clicked, purchase on the first rental.
Oh no, I've got the DVD still, so that's it. But like, I'm gonna watch the. There are bits in it that are not in the movie, and they're very extended, and they're quite interesting. But yeah, there's so much. I accidentally once watched the dubbed. Oh no, it's not the same movie. It just doesn't give the same voice of it. So yeah, anybody watches it, please subtitles only, Battle Royale. But apart from that, have a great one. I think this is one of our longest ever.
I think the longest,
the longest one.
It's almost 5.
We've had a bit of fun.
I gotta go eat
and
something.
the worst thing is people don't realize we're going to start off the conversation we started at the beginning and have a laugh about that.
Yeah.
But apart from that, have a great one. Have a great rest of your weekend. Until Battle Royale from us all. Goodbye.
Bye.